Good evening, my friend. I hope tonight finds you safe, warm, and at peace. Thank you for joining me here. This channel was made for moments like this, quiet hours when the heart feels heavy and the world outside has gone still. If tonight's story brings you a little warmth, a little calm, don't forget to subscribe so that each evening we can share another gentle moment together. Now, let me tell you a story about faith and the quiet kindness of God. The night had settled gently over the town, the kind of night where even the wind seemed to move with reverence. Street lamps hummed softly, their golden halos stretching across empty sidewalks. In a small apartment above the corner bakery, an old man sat by his window, holding a cup of tea that had long grown cold. He wasn't lonely. Not exactly. It was more that everything had gone quiet, the kind of quiet that reminds a person how small they are, and yet how deeply they are loved. His hands trembled slightly as he turned the pages of a worn Bible, one he'd owned since his youth. The cover was cracked, the pages thin as breath, but each word still carried the same tender weight. He didn't read aloud. He didn't need to. The verses were already stitched into his memory, into the rhythm of his breathing. Outside, a church bell struck 11, and the sound echoed like a prayer drifting through the empty streets. He thought about the years behind him, the laughter, the mistakes, the long hours when he thought God had forgotten his name. But age has a way of softening those fears. He had learned that the silence of God was not absence, but listening, and that sometimes the holiest thing a man can do is rest. He took a slow sip of tea and smiled faintly. The flavor was weak, but the warmth of it traveled through him like mercy. Across the street, in a window lit by a single lamp, he could see a young woman rocking her baby to sleep. Her shoulders swayed gently, her lips moving in a wordless lullaby. It reminded him of his wife, gone now these 15 years, and how she used to hum the same tune when their children were small. He could almost hear her voice again, soft and low, saying, "It's all right, love. God stays awake, even when we cannot." The old man leaned back in his chair. He let the sound of the city's heartbeat, distant cars, a barking dog, a train far away, weave into something sacred. There was holiness in ordinary noises, he realized. Holiness in the clink of a teacup, the creak of an old floorboard, the sigh before sleep. Sometimes people imagine faith as thunder and lightning, grand and shining. But he had found it in smaller things. A letter from an old friend, a child's laughter in the park, the smell of fresh bread in the morning. Little reminders that heaven still breathes among us. The longer he lived, the more he understood. We do not have to chase peace. We only have to make space for it. He reached for a small notebook on the table. Its pages were full of prayers, not perfect ones, just simple thoughts he'd written down each night before bed. "Thank you," most of them began. "Thank you for the rain. Thank you for forgiving me when I was wrong. Thank you for staying when I almost walked away." He smiled. He didn't need to ask for anything tonight. He had learned that gratitude was its own form of prayer. Outside, the wind changed direction. It slipped through the small crack in the window, brushing against his face like a whisper. He closed his eyes, breathing in the cool air, and thought of the words from Psalm 4:8. "In peace I will lie down and sleep. For you alone, Lord, make me dwell in safety." That verse had carried him through many nights like this. Nights when memories pressed too close, or when the weight of years felt heavier than his bones could bear. It reminded him that rest was not a sign of weakness, but trust. He rose slowly, turned off the lamp and let the soft darkness fill the room. Before lying down, he whispered, "Thank you for watching over me, Lord. I am small, but I am yours." The city outside continued its quiet hum, but inside that little room, peace had settled like a blanket. The kind of peace that does not depend on circumstance. The peace that only comes when the soul remembers who holds it. And so the old man drifted toward sleep, not with fear, but with a gentle certainty that even in the longest nights, he was never truly alone. The quiet hands of God. The morning after the rain was pale and cool. The street still shimmered with puddles that caught the early light, turning every crack in the pavement into a mirror of the sky. Somewhere a bakery door opened, and the faint scent of bread drifted into the stairwell where the old man lived. He woke slowly, not with alarm, but with that quiet gratitude that often visits those who have already lived a long life. He made his tea again, this time stronger, and stood by the window. The same young mother across the street was hanging tiny clothes on a balcony line. Her baby, wrapped in a blanket, reached for the sunlight with chubby hands. The sight made him smile. "You see," he whispered, almost laughing, "life keeps on forgiving us." He thought of his own hands, spotted now, marked by time, stiff at the knuckles. They had once built fences, lifted his children high into the air, brushed tears from his wife's cheek. Now they trembled slightly as he lifted the cup. Yet he felt no sorrow in the trembling. It reminded him that even weakness can be holy. When our strength fades, God's gentleness fills the empty space. He opened the window wider. A breeze moved through the room, stirring the curtains and a few loose pages from his Bible. They fluttered to the floor, landing open at Psalm 91. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. He bent down slowly, picking the book up with care as if handling something alive. The words were old friends now, steady, faithful, patient. On the table lay yesterday's newspaper. Headlines spoke of conflict, loss, greed. The old man folded it neatly and set it aside. He had learned that peace was not found in the world's noise, but in the still corners of the heart. "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him," he murmured, remembering. "Though he may stumble, he will not fall." He decided to take a walk. Outside, the air smelled of wet leaves and distant smoke from a chimney. A neighbour greeted him, Mrs. Dalton, a widow with silver hair and the gentlest voice. She was sweeping her doorstep, humming a tune that might have been from an old hymn book. "Morning," she said. "Morning," he replied, pausing. "That song, you still remember it?" She chuckled softly. "My memory forgets names, but never hymns." They stood together for a moment, saying nothing. Birds hopped along the curb, pecking at breadcrumbs. The old man realized how much beauty hides in the smallest acts. A neighbour sweeping, a sparrow singing, two people sharing silence without need for explanation. When he continued walking, he passed the church at the corner. Its wooden doors were half open, and the smell of candles and old pews floated out. He stepped inside. The sanctuary was empty except for a single woman arranging flowers near the altar. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light through stained glass. He sat down in the last pew and closed his eyes. He didn't come to ask for anything. He simply wanted to be near the presence that had carried him all his life. The sound of the woman's footsteps, the rustle of petals, the faint creak of wood. It was like being inside a living prayer. He remembered the times he had doubted, the years when work and worry had drowned out faith. Yet even then, he realized, something unseen had kept his heart beating in the right rhythm. The quiet hands of God, holding him steady while he stumbled forward. Outside, the church bell rang noon. He rose slowly, bowing his head before leaving. In the sunlight, a small child ran past, chasing a red balloon. The old man watched it lift higher, higher, until it vanished into the brightness. He smiled, thinking that perhaps faith was like that. Something you release, not something you hold too tightly. He returned home by the long route through the park. Children were feeding ducks by the pond. An elderly couple sat sharing a sandwich. He paused by a bench and rested, letting the warmth of the day settle in his bones. The breeze carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. Every sound, the laughter, the leaves, the faraway ringing of a bicycle bell seemed to hum the same simple truth, that life, though fragile, is sacred. As evening drew near, he brewed another cup of tea and placed it beside the photograph of his wife. The picture had faded, but her smile remained bright as ever. He traced the frame with a trembling finger. "We're both still watched over," he said softly. "You there, me here?" He sat back in his chair, listening to the rhythm of the clock, the hush of the room. Somewhere outside, church bells began their slow evening song. It was enough. He whispered a small prayer, not asking for miracles, only thanking for moments. "Thank you, Lord, for another ordinary day that felt extraordinary because you were in it." And as the light dimmed, he felt once more that unseen presence, calm and kind, resting gently over him like the shadow of a great wing. If this story brought you a little peace tonight, feel welcome to stay with us again tomorrow. The stillness between heartbeats. The following night came with a thin silver moon and the faint scent of rain still sleeping in the air. Clouds drifted like soft blankets across the sky, hiding and revealing the stars in slow rhythm. The city's sounds had softened into a hush, a distant hum of traffic, a stray dog barking somewhere far away, then nothing but the quiet pulse of life itself. The old man sat again by his window, a candle flickering beside his cup of tea. He didn't light many candles these days. Electricity was easier, but tonight he wanted the kind of light that dances, that breathes. There was something comforting about watching the flame tremble and steady itself, as if even fire was learning patience. He leaned back in his chair and listened. The clock ticked. The walls creaked softly, as old houses do when they settle into the coolness of evening. And beneath it all, there was that deeper sound, not of the world, but of stillness itself. It was the same stillness he used to feel when he held his wife's hand at night, when neither of them needed to speak. He thought of her again now, her laughter, her quiet strength. She had been the one who kept the house warm, who made faith a living thing instead of a word. She prayed not in sermons but in small gestures, setting aside a slice of bread for a hungry stranger, leaving flowers at the grave of someone no one else remembered. He remembered once, years ago, finding her kneeling in the kitchen, her hands deep in soapy water, whispering a prayer over the dishes. He had laughed at the time, but now he understood. Every act of care is a kind of worship. Every kindness is a hymn. He rose and walked slowly to the bookshelf. It was filled with little keepsakes, an old watch that no longer ticked, a cracked photo frame, a faded ribbon from his daughter's hair. Each object was an echo of a life that had been lived fully, imperfectly, beautifully. He touched them one by one, not with sorrow but gratitude, to have loved and been loved. That, he thought, was the very heartbeat of heaven. Outside, a soft drizzle began. The candlelight shimmered against the raindrops on the glass, turning them into tiny jewels. The world was quiet again, but not empty. There was presence in the silence, the way a listener's attention fills a room. He thought about the people he had met, neighbours, friends, strangers in hospital corridors, and how each life was a quiet testimony. Some carried their pain openly, others wore it behind polite smiles. Yet all of them, in their own ways, were reaching toward the same light. He smiled, realizing how easy it is to overlook holiness when it wears the shape of the ordinary. We expect thunder, but God often arrives in whispers. He sat back down, folded his hands, and let the rain speak for him. Each drop against the window was like a prayer landing on the earth. He remembered the verse from Psalm 46, "Be still and know that I am God." Those words no longer sounded like a command to him. They were an invitation, a gentle call to rest, to stop trying to fix what only love can heal. He closed his eyes. The candlelight painted warm shadows across his face. The memories, the years, the unanswered questions, they all settled softly in his mind, like leaves floating to the bottom of a quiet pond. He whispered, "Lord, teach me to listen the way you do, with patience, not interruption." For a moment the room seemed to breathe with him. The rain slowed, then stopped. The world held its breath. In that stillness he felt what he had felt many times before. Not a voice, not a vision, just peace. The kind that doesn't need explaining. After a while he opened his eyes. The candle had burned low, its flame thin but steady. He smiled, thinking how life was much the same, fragile, flickering, and yet somehow sustained by something greater than itself. He reached for his notebook again and wrote only 2 words on the next page. Still here. It wasn't a boast. It was gratitude. Still here, still breathing, still believing. The miracle wasn't in having everything, but in noticing that this moment, this small, quiet now, was enough. He leaned back once more and whispered the words he had come to love most. "Thank you." Then, in the hush between 2 heartbeats, he felt it. The subtle pulse of grace, steady and sure, holding the whole world together. Outside, a single church bell rang once, clear and low, like a benediction over the sleeping city. The candlelight flickered in answer, then steadied again. The night went on, calm and unhurried, and the old man, surrounded by silence and the gentle echo of rain, smiled to himself. Not because life was perfect, but because God was near. If this story comforts you, you're welcome to come back tomorrow night. We'll sit here again in peace. When fear knocks softly. There are nights when the air itself feels fragile, when every sound echoes longer than it should, and the heart begins to wander toward memories it would rather forget. That was such a night. The rain had passed, the streets were clean and dark, and the sky above the rooftops hung low, heavy with unspoken prayers. The old man sat once more in his chair, by the window. The candle from the night before had burned down to a tiny stub, and the wax had spilled over the table like frozen tears. Outside, the street lamp flickered, casting long, uncertain shadows across the wall. He found himself tracing the lines of those shadows as if they were maps leading somewhere, perhaps to understanding, perhaps to peace. He wasn't frightened exactly. It was something quieter than fear. That faint tremor the soul feels when it cannot see what comes next. the kind that visits all people sooner or later, after a doctor's call or when a loved one's chair stays empty at supper. That soft, unspoken ache that asks, "Will I be all right?" He closed his eyes and listened to his breathing. It was steady but shallow, like the tide coming and going along the shore. For a while he just sat that way, listening not to the noise of the world, but to the rhythm of his own existence. He remembered a night long ago during the war when the sirens had howled through the streets. He had been a young man then, filled with more fear than faith. He remembered hiding beneath the kitchen table, praying for silence, and then his mother's voice, calm, low, firm, whispering, "The Lord is our keeper, even in the dark." That memory warmed him now like an ember. He had survived so many storms since then, battles, funerals, loneliness, and somehow each time the quiet hand of God had steadied him, not with loud miracles, but with small mercies, a neighbour's kindness, a letter that came at the right moment, the taste of fresh bread after hunger. He rose and went to the window. Down on the street, a stray dog searched through the shadows, nose low to the ground. The old man watched it for a long while. There was something brave about that small creature. Alone, yet still looking, still moving. "We're not so different, you and I," he murmured. "Both of us just trusting that there's something good left to find." The church bells began to chime in the distance, marking the hour. Each note floated through the night like a promise, not loud, not demanding, just steady. He whispered the words of Psalm 27 under his breath. "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" As he said the words, a strange calm settled over him. The kind that comes not from answers, but from remembering that the question itself is being held by someone greater. He thought of the people in his life who had carried fear with grace. His wife, who sang hymns while the children were sick. His father, who prayed even when the harvest failed. A nurse who once whispered to him, "Courage doesn't mean the fear is gone. It means love decided to stay." He returned to his chair and looked at the small Bible resting beside the candle stub. He didn't open it this time. He simply placed his hand on the cover, as one might hold the hand of an old friend. "I know you're still here," he said softly. "Even when I can't see you, I know." A car passed on the street below, its headlights brushing across his window. For a moment the room was full of gold, then darkness again. It felt like a sermon in light. Even brief moments of brightness can be enough to remind us that dawn always follows. He stood and made his way toward the door. On the small table near the entryway was an umbrella, a scarf, and a loaf of bread he had bought earlier. He took the bread, wrapped it in a towel, and stepped outside. The air was cool and the pavement glistened from the rain. A few blocks down, near the church steps, he had seen a man sleeping under an awning, someone who had fallen out of the world's notice. The old man walked slowly, his cane tapping softly against the ground until he reached the church. The man was still there, curled up, shivering. The old man set the loaf beside him and whispered, "It's still warm." The stranger didn't stir, but that didn't matter. The act itself was prayer enough. Sometimes faith is not a grand belief, but a small kindness done without being seen. As he turned back toward home, the wind picked up, carrying the faint smell of rain and bread. He smiled, knowing that somewhere inside that darkness, something good had just taken root. When he reached his door again, the fear that had crept into his heart earlier was gone. In its place was something quieter, not certainty but trust. He understood now what his mother had meant. The Lord is our keeper, even in the dark. He whispered a final prayer before sleep. When fear knocks, may faith be the one who answers. Then, with the smallest of sighs, he settled beneath his blanket, the faint rhythm of his heart keeping time with the rain outside. If this quiet story helped calm your night, feel free to stay for tomorrow's. We'll face the dark together, gently. The hands that mend morning arrived shyly, sliding a pale ribbon of light across the window pane. The rain had left behind a crisp hush, the sort of silence that invites new beginnings. The old man stirred beneath his blanket, the scent of damp earth drifting in through the open window. For a long while he simply lay there, listening to the creak of wood, to his own steady breath, to the small whisper of life continuing. When he finally rose, his knees protested, but the familiar ache only made him smile. Still working, he murmured, patting them as if they were loyal old friends. He filled the kettle and waited for it to sing. The water hissed, steam curling upward like morning prayers. He moved slowly, but every gesture carried intention, setting the cup, folding the napkin, stirring honey into tea. It was his quiet ritual of gratitude, a reminder that even the ordinary could become holy if done with love. On the table lay the small Bible, still open where he had left it. Beside it rested a loaf of bread, half wrapped, the same kind he had given to the man sleeping near the church. He wondered if the stranger had woken to find it, if he had felt that same strange peace that comes when kindness finds you unannounced. Perhaps, he thought, the Lord answers more prayers with loaves than with lightning. He dressed and stepped outside. The street smelled of wet stone and early flowers. Children were on their way to school, their laughter bouncing between the buildings like tiny bells. He nodded to them and kept walking until he reached the corner where Mrs. Dalton was watering her roses. "Beautiful morning," she said. "Indeed," he answered, leaning on his cane. "Everything looks freshly forgiven." She smiled at that, a small, knowing smile, and handed him one of the blooms. It was pale yellow, soft as breath. "Take this," she said. "It reminds me of hope." He carried the rose carefully as he walked toward the park. The benches were still slick from rain, and pigeons strutted near puddles that mirrored the sky. He sat down and laid the flower on the bench beside him. Around him the world seemed to hum in quiet harmony. Wind in the trees, footsteps on gravel, the rustle of a newspaper turned by someone nearby. No music, no noise, just life breathing in rhythm with grace. He thought then about forgiveness, not the kind written in books, but the kind that grows slowly like moss over stone. He had spent years holding on to small regrets, words spoken in impatience, promises delayed too long, people he never thanked enough. Yet each day lately felt like an invitation to let go, to release what could no longer be changed and trust that love could mend what time had broken. He reached into his coat pocket and took out a folded letter, one he had written but never sent. It was addressed to his brother, long estranged over a misunderstanding neither could now remember clearly. The old man unfolded the paper, its edges yellowed, and read the lines he already knew by heart. They were simple words. "I'm sorry. I miss you. If you can, remember me kindly." The ink had faded, but the meaning had not. He smiled, then tore the letter gently into small pieces and let them fall into the pond's surface. The paper floated for a moment, then softened, melting into the water. Watching it dissolve, he felt lighter. Sometimes forgiveness doesn't wait for answers. It begins when we decide to stop carrying the stone. As the sun climbed higher, warmth returned to his hands. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Lord, thank you for fixing what I cannot." The breeze answered by lifting the rose petal from the bench and sending it dancing into the air. He watched it drift until it vanished among the trees. Later, back at home, he placed 2 slices of bread into the toaster and smiled at the simple act. The kitchen filled with the smell of browning crust. The kettle began to sing again, and for the first time in many years, he laughed. A deep, quiet laugh that felt like coming home. He realized that healing rarely announces itself. It arrives disguised as ordinary joy. The afternoon passed peacefully. He mended a loose button on his coat, trimmed the dead leaves from his small plant on the sill, and wrote a new note in his journal. Kindness given heals 2 hearts, the one who receives and the one who gives. When evening fell, the sky turned lavender. He stood by the window, the rose scent still clinging faintly to his hands, and whispered a prayer not for himself, but for anyone still waiting to be forgiven. "May they know," he said softly, "that mercy travels faster than memory." Outside, church bells began their slow, patient ringing. The sound spread through the neighborhood like ripples on calm water. Each toll seemed to say, "You are loved. You are safe. You can rest now." He closed his eyes and breathed those words in until they filled the spaces where worry used to live. The night deepened, wrapping the city in its gentle blue, and somewhere, unseen but certain, the quiet hands of God continued their work, mending hearts, one fragile thread at a time. If this gentle story brought you peace tonight, I'll be here again tomorrow, waiting with another quiet prayer. The morning of gratitude. Dawn crept in softly, as if the world itself were taking care not to wake too fast. The first light brushed the curtains in pale gold, the sort of glow that doesn't demand attention but gently asks to be noticed. The old man opened his eyes to it, blinking at the tender brightness that painted the room. For a long time, he didn't move. He simply listened to the hum of the kettle in the distance, to the sparrows outside testing their wings in song, to the small whisper of his own heart, still faithful in its rhythm. It was an ordinary morning, yet it felt sacred, the kind of sacred that hides inside simple things. A warm floor under bare feet, the scent of tea, the slow unfolding of light. He stretched his hands, looking at the faint map of veins beneath the skin, and smiled. "Thank you," he murmured. It wasn't a formal prayer, just a sigh shaped like gratitude. In the kitchen, sunlight fell across the table, touching the cup, the loaf, the open Bible. He poured hot water into his cup, watching the steam rise like incense. Outside, the bells of St. Martin's began their gentle ringing, not announcing, merely reminding. Each note drifted through the air like a soft invitation. Live kindly today. He thought of the years behind him, seasons of laughter, of labour, of loss. For so long he had chased after meaning, trying to understand the pattern of it all. But now, in this fragile stillness of age, he realized meaning wasn't something to be hunted. It was something that arrived quietly when the heart stopped demanding reasons and started noticing grace. He took his cup and stepped out onto the small balcony. The air smelled of wet leaves and distant bread from the bakery down the street. Below, a milkman waved. A boy ran past with a newspaper tucked under his arm. Life renewed once more. The old man lifted his hand in return and felt an unexpected warmth in his chest, a pulse of belonging. He whispered the words of Psalm 103 to the morning, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits." The verse lingered in the air like the echo of a song. He thought of the people he had met who carried joy like a secret flame, the widow who fed stray cats each day, the janitor who hummed hymns while sweeping the chapel floor, the nurse who once told him, "Gratitude is what keeps the soul from rusting." He smiled at that memory. How right she had been. Gratitude didn't erase sorrow. It simply placed a candle in its window so that hope could find its way back. He sat in his chair, notebook open, and began to write small things for which he was thankful. Warm tea, morning light, kindness remembered, forgiveness received. His handwriting wobbled, letters leaning like tired pilgrims, but he didn't mind. Each word was a footprint of grace. Halfway down the page, he paused. The memory of his wife rose again, her laughter spilling through the kitchen, the way she used to hum when kneading dough. He could almost hear it now, soft and steady. "Thank you for her," he whispered. "Thank you for love that still breathes in memory." He looked out at the horizon where the sun now lifted clear and whole. Light spilled over the rooftops, turning raindrops into beads of fire. It struck him that every dawn is a resurrection, proof that even after long darkness, warmth returns. Maybe that was God's quiet promise written into creation itself. The world keeps starting over, so we can too. A gentle breeze moved through the open window, stirring the curtains like a blessing. The old man closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He thought about how often he had waited for miracles that never came, not realizing that each breath, each morning, each small mercy had been a miracle all along. Down on the street, he noticed the same stray dog from nights before trotting along the curb, tail swaying with new confidence. Someone must have fed it. Perhaps a different neighbor, perhaps an unseen angel. The sight filled him with quiet joy. We are all cared for, he thought, in ways we rarely see. He finished his tea, set the cup aside, and watched the sunlight spread slowly across the floorboards. It seemed to him that the light was alive, not merely shining, but blessing everything it touched. The chair, the walls, the tiny spiderweb in the corner, all wrapped in gold. He felt himself included in that radiance, as if the morning was saying, "You too are part of this grace." Time passed gently. He wrote one last line in his notebook. "Today I will let the simple things be enough." Then he folded his hands and let silence return, warm and complete. A single bell rang out from the church, one clear tone hanging in the air, like the pulse of heaven. He whispered, "Yes, Lord, I remember." The wind moved again, scattering the scent of bread, the sound of footsteps, the hum of the waking world. Everything ordinary, everything holy. If this quiet morning gave you peace, come again tomorrow. We'll greet the light together. The evening of rest. By the time evening folded itself over the city, the light had thinned to honey and smoke. From his balcony, the old man watched the day's final shimmer slip across the rooftops like a slow farewell. Children's laughter faded down the street. The bakery's last tray of bread cooled behind its shutters. Everything seemed to sigh in unison, as if the whole world were loosening its collar after a long, faithful day. He carried his empty teacup inside and set it gently in the sink. The simple clink of porcelain felt almost ceremonial. He loved that sound, the day saying thank you to itself. The house smelled faintly of soap, of rain dried on the windowsill, of something freshly forgiven. In the living room, the lamp's glow softened the edges of everything. He sank into his chair, the same chair that had held every chapter of his growing old. Outside, the first star blinked awake. He thought of how stars never hurry. They appear when it's time and not a moment sooner. He smiled. Maybe rest was the same way. Not something we chase, but something that arrives when the heart finally stops running. He listened to the evening sounds. A door closing next door, the faint rustle of newspapers, the gentle whoosh of a passing bus. Even the noise of the city felt like part of a lullaby. He let it all wash through him until his breath matched its rhythm. On the small table beside him lay the journal from that morning, still open to the words. Today, I will let the simple things be enough. He traced the line with his finger. He hadn't realized when he wrote it how deeply it would echo now. The whole day had been a lesson in sufficiency. That peace doesn't come from adding more, but from finally seeing what's already here. He leaned back and closed his eyes. The images of the day drifted through him. The milkman's wave, the rows on the bench, the sound of children's feet splashing through puddles. Each memory was a small flame, steady and warm. He whispered, "Thank you for letting me witness beauty in ordinary hours." For a long moment he said nothing more. The quiet in the room thickened, gentle as wool. He thought of the verse he loved from Psalm 121. "The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore." He had repeated those words so many times at night that they had become part of his breathing. In, on, now, out, on, forevermore. His thoughts wandered toward the people he'd lost. His wife, his brother, old friends scattered by time. He pictured them not as gone, but as resting in a wider light, part of the same peace that now filled his room. Perhaps heaven, he mused, isn't a place far away, but a closeness we can almost touch when our hearts are still enough. The clock ticked, slow and patient. He found himself speaking softly as if to a friend seated nearby. "You know, I used to think rest meant stopping. Now I think it means trusting that the world keeps turning even when my hands are folded." He rose, opened the window, and let the evening air enter. The scent of night jasmine drifted in, mingling with the faint salt of the sea carried from miles away. He could hear a choir practicing somewhere, distant voices lifting a hymn. The notes were fragile but true, threading through the dusk like threads of light. He remembered sitting in church years ago, his daughter beside him, her small fingers wrapped around his. She had whispered then, "Papa, do you think God sings too?" He had smiled and told her yes, that every breeze, every bird, every heartbeat was part of his song. And tonight, hearing the hymn echo through the fading light, he knew again that it was true. He whispered his own small verse into the dark. "Lord, teach me to rest the way you rested after creation, not because everything is finished, but because it is good." The words settled inside him like feathers. He could feel their weightless truth. Outside, a streetlight flickered on, its glow falling across the window frame like a benediction. He thought of all the nights behind him, some restless, some peaceful, and marveled that he was still being given another. He sat until the first chill crept in, then drew the curtain and prepared for bed. The act of turning down the blanket, of placing the cane beside the chair, felt almost sacred, a liturgy of endings. He whispered goodnight to the house, to the quiet, to the unseen presence he knew was listening. In the final stillness before sleep, he felt the hush of grace settle over him, not loud, not shining, but deep, like water closing gently around a stone. His last thought before drifting away was simple. Peace is not the absence of noise, it's the certainty that love is keeping watch. Outside, the wind turned the pages of his forgotten notebook, as if finishing the prayer for him. If this evening's quiet brought you comfort, Come back tomorrow. We'll rest again together under the same gentle sky. Letters of blessing. Morning light spilled like honey across the window ledge. The world outside was soft and golden, as if brushed with forgiveness. The old man woke slowly, feeling rested in a way he hadn't for years. His first thought was simple gratitude for breath, for sunlight, for the small mercy of another day. He whispered, "Thank you," and let the words linger in the quiet room until they felt big enough to hold the whole sky. He rose, folded his blanket neatly and opened the window. The air smelled of dew and baking bread. Somewhere a bicycle bell chimed. A child laughed. The city was stretching its arms. He smiled at the sound. Life, despite its burdens, always found a way to begin again. On the table lay his notebook, a pen, and a stack of old envelopes yellowed at the edges. The sight made him pause. He had been meaning to sort through them for months. Letters never sent, words left unsaid, thoughts that once felt too heavy to share. But this morning felt different. It felt like the kind of morning meant for blessing others. He poured himself tea, the steam rising like a prayer, and sat down at the table. He turned a page in the notebook, stared at its emptiness for a moment, then began to write. Dear Ellen, it has been a long time since we spoke. I remember your laughter more than your words. I hope life has kept you surrounded by warmth. If you ever feel alone, remember that kindness never forgets its way back. You were good to me when the days were dark. I wanted you to know. I remember. He stopped, reread the words, and smiled. It felt good to give thanks, even if the letter never reached its destination. Gratitude, he thought, travels on unseen wings. He wrote another, to an old neighbour who had once helped him fix a leaky roof. Another to a teacher long gone. One even to his younger self, the man who once rushed through everything. You did the best you could, he wrote. Be gentle with the parts of you that didn't yet understand love. The letters were not confessions nor apologies. They were blessings folded into paper. With each stroke of the pen, he felt lighter, as if his heart were unpacking the luggage of years. By late morning, sunlight filled the room entirely. Dust motes drifted through the air like tiny prayers made visible. He paused to stretch, feeling the warmth seep into his bones. It's never too late to send love, he whispered, even if the postmark reads heaven. He arranged the letters in a small pile and tied them with a ribbon. Some he would post, others he would keep. Each represented a thread in the fabric of his life, connections that once seemed lost, now gently rewoven by grace. He took a walk afterward, the ribboned letters tucked under his arm. The streets shimmered with the last trace of morning rain. Passing by the church, he stopped to rest on the steps. The doors were open and faint organ music drifted out, a hymn he hadn't heard in decades. Inside, candles flickered like small hearts, still beating in the half-light. He sat near the back and closed his eyes. The tune carried him somewhere beyond words. For a moment it felt as if everyone he had ever known was there, not in flesh, but in spirit. All the letters he'd written, all the names he'd whispered in prayer, seemed to gather in that music. He took out one envelope, the one addressed to anyone who needs hope, and placed it quietly on the pew beside him. The words inside were few. You are not forgotten. Love still knows your name. He left it there, trusting it would find the right soul. Perhaps the janitor would see it, or a stranger burdened by silence. Perhaps no one would, but the act itself was enough. Kindness doesn't vanish. It circulates like sunlight finding its way through clouds. When he stepped back into the street, the wind had risen slightly, playful and warm. It lifted a corner of the ribbon on his bundle of letters, making it dance. He laughed softly. "All right," he said to the breeze. "You can carry them where I can't." He returned home slowly, pausing to watch sparrows fight over crumbs near the bakery. The sight made him smile. Such small creatures, yet so certain that life would feed them again tomorrow. That, he thought, is faith in its purest form. Back inside, he laid the remaining letters on the mantel beside the photograph of his wife. "You'd like this idea," he told her picture. "You were always better at remembering people." The house felt full, though no one else was there. It was as if all those names, all those blessings written in ink had turned into presents. He closed his eyes for a moment, hearing again the hymn from the church echo softly through memory. He whispered, "Let my words be gentle enough to heal, even after I'm gone." Then he lit a small candle beside the stack of letters, the flame bending toward them as if reading. In its glow, everything seemed forgiven. The past, the mistakes, the waiting. Even time itself looked kind. Outside, dusk began its slow descent, brushing the world with blue. He leaned back in his chair and watched until the flame steadied, no longer trembling. The day had spoken its last word. Peace. If these letters touched your heart tonight, return tomorrow. We'll keep passing the light forward, one story at a time. The quiet returned to company. The next morning carried a breeze so mild it felt almost like a whisper. The old man woke early, stirred by the hum of life outside his window. Footsteps, laughter, the faint clatter of shop shutters being lifted for the day. The city seemed to breathe differently now, as though the world itself had exhaled some long-held sigh. He stood by the window, his hands resting on the sill, watching a vendor arrange flowers on a nearby cart. Buckets of tulips, daisies and roses painted the street in soft colour. People stopped to choose a few stems, smiling, exchanging small words of kindness. The sight touched him. It had been a long time since he'd joined in such simple morning rituals, the kind where hearts meet briefly and then move on, lighter than before. He dressed carefully, buttoning his old cardigan, smoothing the creases in his trousers. Before leaving, he slipped a letter from yesterday's bundle into his pocket, not addressed to anyone, just titled, "For Someone Who Needs a Little Hope." He didn't know who it was meant for yet, but he trusted the day to decide. The air was cool and fragrant with the smell of baking bread and damp stone. He walked slowly, his cane tapping a steady rhythm along the pavement. At the corner, the flower vendor noticed him and waved. "Morning, sir. Care for a rose?" He hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, the yellow one, please." The vendor smiled and handed it to him without charge. "Consider it a gift," she said. He thanked her softly, feeling the warmth of the gesture linger in his chest long after he walked away. He stopped next at the small park, the one where he used to sit years ago reading the paper while his wife fed the birds. Today the benches were occupied by children with kites, old men with newspapers, mothers with sleeping babies. He found a place beneath a tree and sat, the rose in his hand, catching sunlight like captured dawn. A young boy approached, curious about the flower. "Is it for someone?" he asked. The old man smiled. "Maybe. Or maybe it's just for today." The boy nodded thoughtfully, then offered him half of his sandwich. "It's peanut butter," he said. The old man chuckled and accepted it. "Thank you." That's kindness worth remembering. They ate in companionable silence, the boy occasionally glancing at him with that innocent curiosity children have for age. Not pity, but wonder. When the boy's mother called, he waved goodbye, and the old man raised the rose in return. He stayed in the park long after they left, watching how easily life intertwined. Strangers sharing benches, laughter spilling from unseen corners, pigeons claiming crumbs from every story. He realized how much he had missed this quiet companionship of the living world, this invisible web that bound people together, even when they didn't speak. For so long, he had mistaken solitude for peace. But now he understood. Solitude heals, but community keeps you alive. He took the letter from his pocket, smoothed it out, and placed it on the bench beside him. A gust of wind lifted the corner, threatening to carry it away. He pressed it down with a pebble, smiling. Whoever found it would read a few simple words. You are part of the world's kindness. Don't forget. He rose slowly, brushed the crumbs from his lap, and made his way toward the church at the end of the street. The doors were open again, sunlight spilling across the steps like a welcome mat. Inside, a few people sat scattered in the pews, praying, thinking, resting. The air smelled of candles and old wood. He didn't pray aloud. He simply sat in the quiet, his hands folded over the cane, and let the stillness speak for him. Across the aisle, a woman wept softly. Without thinking, he took the rose from his hand, walked over, and set it gently on the pew beside her. She looked up, surprised, and he smiled. A small, wordless smile that said, "You're not alone." Her eyes filled again, but this time with something gentler than sorrow. She mouthed, "Thank you." And he nodded, stepping back quietly. He left the church lighter than when he entered. Outside, the day had grown brighter, the air alive with birdsong. For the first time, in a long time, he felt connected, not just to God, but to everything that carried his reflection. People, voices, hands, even passing strangers. He walked home slowly, the cane steady, his steps sure. He noticed things he hadn't before. How the cobblestones gleamed, how the shadows danced on the walls, how the world seemed endlessly forgiving if you only slowed down enough to see it. At his doorstep, he paused, hearing faint laughter drifting from an open window above. It made him smile, a sound so simple, yet it carried all the promise of life renewed. He whispered, "Thank you for letting me belong again." Inside, the house felt warmer. The emptiness that had once echoed in its corners now hummed with quiet presence. He sat at his table, wrote in his journal once more. Today I rejoined the world, and it welcomed me without asking where I had been. He placed his pen down and closed his eyes, the words resting gently in his heart. The evening light reached through the window, painting gold on his sleeve. For the first time in years, the silence didn't feel like loneliness. It felt like peace shared, an open space big enough for others to enter. He leaned back, the faint smile still lingering, and let the day settle around him like a blanket. If this story's quiet company made you feel less alone tonight, come back tomorrow. We'll walk together again, one gentle step at a time. The ears of the heart. The following afternoon unfolded like a hymn played slowly on sunlight. The old man sat outside the little cafe on the corner, a place he had once passed without noticing. Its window boxes overflowed with thyme and rosemary, and every time the door opened, a bell chimed a single cheerful note. He liked that sound. It felt like the world saying, "I see you." He ordered a small cup of coffee and settled by the window. Inside, two young men talked quietly over chess. A mother soothed her baby with a lullaby. An old radio hummed a tune from long ago. The air smelled of roasted beans and rain-soaked wood. He felt at home there, not because anyone knew him, but because no one needed to. Presence was enough. A woman at the next table dropped her spoon. He bent down slowly, picked it up and placed it back on her saucer. "Thank you," she said, embarrassed. "My hands aren't as steady as they used to be." "Mine neither," he replied with a smile. "They've simply learned to tremble kindly." They both laughed, a soft human laugh that bridged the space between strangers. She introduced herself as Clara, a retired teacher who came here each Thursday to write postcards to her former students. "It's silly," she said, "but I like to think some of them still need a kind word." He told her it wasn't silly at all. "Words live longer than we do," he said. "They keep finding new hearts to rest in." They talked for a while, gently, letting pauses stretch like the breathing between waves. She told him about her late husband, her favourite hymns, and how the city sounded different at dawn. He listened, not with the eagerness to respond, but with the quiet patience of someone watering a garden. It felt sacred to let another soul unfold at its own pace. As she spoke, he realized how long it had been since he truly listened to another person. For years he had filled silence with his own thoughts, afraid of what he might hear in the quiet. But now he discovered that listening wasn't emptiness, it was generosity. It was saying, "Your story matters as much as mine." When Clara finished her coffee, she stood to leave. "Thank you for hearing me," she said simply. "That's rarer than kindness these days." After she left, he sat for a long time watching the light move across the floorboards, thinking about how every person carried a library of untold stories. Perhaps, he mused, heaven was made of listening, an endless exchange of compassion where no one ever feels alone again. He returned the next day and the next after that. Sometimes he spoke with the baker, sometimes with the boy who delivered newspapers. One afternoon, a man with weary eyes sat beside him and began to talk about losing his job, his home, his faith. The old man said almost nothing. He just nodded, offering small sounds of understanding, the kind that say, "I'm still here." When the man finished, he sighed. "You didn't try to fix it," he said. "That helped more than advice ever could." The old man smiled faintly. "Once, someone did the same for me," he answered. "It's a gift that only grows when you give it away." That evening, walking home, he noticed how the city's noise had softened into a kind of music, the rhythm of footsteps, the distant hum of conversation, the bells marking another hour of grace. Each sound carried the lives of others, and somehow, knowing they continued, comforted him. At home, he lit a candle and opened his notebook. On the first line he wrote, "Listening is how love learns to breathe." He remembered his wife reading aloud by the fireplace, her voice filling every corner of the room. He used to half listen while thinking of his own work, but now he would give anything to hear every word again. "I hear you now," he whispered toward her photograph. "Even from here, I hear you." He thought too of the woman in the church, the flower vendor, the little boy in the park. All of them had shared something small and real, a story, a laugh, a silence. They had unknowingly repaired parts of him that had been cracked by years of loneliness. Each encounter was a note in the symphony of ordinary grace. Before sleep, he opened the window. The air was cool and smelled faintly of coffee and distant rain. Somewhere below, a violin played, soft, meandering, uncertain but beautiful. He stood there listening, not wanting the sound to end. The melody drifted upward until it seemed to merge with the stars. He whispered, "Into the night. Lord, teach me to keep my ears open even when my heart is tired." And as the final notes faded, he realized that maybe this was what faith truly meant, trusting that every story, even the painful ones, could become music in time, the kind of music that holds us quietly until morning. He turned off the lamp, the room sinking into a hush so deep it felt alive. His heart, once heavy with silence, now rested in a new rhythm, the rhythm of other hearts beating nearby. If tonight's story reminded you to listen with kindness, come back tomorrow. We'll share the hush between hearts once more. The book of quiet lives. The rain returned the next morning, falling not in anger but in patience, a steady rhythm against the glass, the kind of rain that softens edges and invites reflection. The old man sat by his window, pen in hand, the notebook open before him. He hadn't planned to write, yet something inside him had grown restless, as if the stories he had gathered in listening now wanted their own voices. He stared at the blank page for a long while. The candle beside him flickered, its flame bending toward the draft from the window. The air smelled faintly of wet pavement and coffee grounds. Finally, he wrote 3 words across the top of the page: The Book of Quiet Lives. He smiled at the title. It wasn't really a book, not yet, just a promise to remember the people who had passed through his days with kindness or courage, those who might otherwise be forgotten. Perhaps, he thought, this would be his way of praying for them, not with words spoken upward, but with words written forward. He began with Clara, the retired teacher from the cafe. He described her gentle voice, the way her hands trembled slightly as she spoke, the light in her eyes when she talked about her students. He wrote how she still believed that every child carried something sacred, and how she mailed her postcards not to be thanked, but to keep hope alive in distant hearts. He paused, reading what he had written, then whispered, "That's her." It felt as though she had returned to sit beside him for a moment. He turned the page and wrote next about the man who had lost his job, the one who had said that silence helped more than advice. He didn't know the man's name, but he remembered his voice, heavy yet honest, like someone standing in the rain without shame. He described the way the man's eyes softened when they said goodbye, as if just being heard had mended something unseen. The more he wrote, the more faces came back to him. The boy in the park with the peanut butter sandwich, the woman in the church who cried beside the rose, the flower vendor who gave him a yellow bloom without asking payment. Even the stray dog that wandered through the mornings, each of them became part of his book. He didn't describe them perfectly. He didn't need to. What mattered was the tenderness in the remembering. Every person, he realized, carries a verse of God's song within them. And if you listen long enough, you can almost hear it. He stopped for a moment and looked out the window. The rain was still falling, washing the city clean. It blurred the world into watercolor, soft outlines, muted light. Maybe heaven looks like this, he thought. Nothing harsh, just everything melting into grace. He wrote until his hand began to ache. Then he set the pen down, stretched, and looked around the quiet room. It felt fuller now, as though the people he'd written about were sitting there with him. He could almost imagine their laughter, the rustle of their coats, the warmth of their company. The loneliness that had once filled these walls had been replaced by presence, invisible but certain. At noon, the bells from St. Martin's began to ring slow and clear. He closed his eyes, letting the sound roll through him like waves. For the first time in years, he felt part of something larger than his own small story. The ringing felt like a heartbeat shared by the whole city. After lunch, he lit the candle again and wrote one last entry for the day. This one was about his wife. He didn't write her name. It felt too sacred to fit on paper. He simply called her the Light Keeper. He described how she had carried peace into every room she entered, how her silence was never cold but expectant, like the hush before dawn. He wrote about the way she prayed without words, through kindness, through care, through laughter. He ended her story with a single line. Some lights never go out, they just move to gentler rooms. When he finished, he placed the notebook on the table and rested his hand on it. The candle's flame reflected faintly in his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered, "for every soul you've let me meet. They were all part of you." Evening settled in quietly, blue shadows gathering in the corners. He didn't feel tired. He felt complete, not because the book was done, but because it had begun. He thought about how every life, no matter how small, leaves echoes behind. In letters, in laughter, in the way one person's kindness inspires another's. That, he realized, was how eternity worked. Not in years, but in compassion handed down from heart to heart. He leaned back and listened to the rain one last time before bed. Each drop against the window sounded like the turning of another page. A soft, endless story written by unseen hands. Before extinguishing the candle, he smiled and murmured, "When my own story ends, may it fold quietly into yours." The flame fluttered once, then steadied, as if nodding yes. If tonight's story warmed your heart, come again tomorrow. We'll keep turning the pages together, one quiet life at a time, remembering with gentle hands. The next morning arrived softly, as if the world itself were tiptoeing into his room. The rain had passed, leaving behind air so clear it carried the scent of everything. Wet leaves, old stone, sunlight just beginning to rise. The old man sat by his window again, the same notebook resting on his lap. Its pages were filled now, not only with other people's stories, but with something deeper, echoes of his own heart quietly returning home. He turned to a fresh page and sat for a while, pen poised but unmoving. The thought had come to him in the night that perhaps it was time to write about his own memories, not as confessions, not as regrets, but as blessings. To revisit the paths he'd walked, and instead of wishing them different, to simply thank them for leading him here. He began slowly, his handwriting small but steady. I remember the sound of my father's boots by the door, the smell of cedar and rain. I remember how he never said much, but his silence taught me more about faith than sermons ever could. I remember the way my mother prayed, quietly, while folding laundry, her lips barely moving, yet her peace filled the whole house. He paused, smiling. "They were good people," he whispered. "Ordinary but good. And maybe that's the holiest thing one can be." He turned another page. I remember the day I first met her. He didn't need to write her name. The memory itself breathed her presence into the room. He wrote about the light that had fallen through the church window that morning, dust turning into gold as she walked past the pews. He'd been too shy to speak to her then, but later, when they met again, her laughter had sounded like sunlight through leaves, full of life, full of promise. He wrote about their years together, the nights spent dancing in the kitchen, the quiet mornings when she read aloud while he made tea, the way she would hum while mending torn pockets as if every stitch were a prayer. He wrote about the day she grew ill, and how even then she had smiled and said, Don't be afraid of endings. God writes continuations, not conclusions. His hand trembled, and he laid the pen down for a moment. The ache was still there, but it was no longer heavy. It had softened into something almost luminous, a tender ache that carried love instead of loss. He whispered, "Thank you for letting me love her. Thank you for letting her teach me how." The wind stirred outside, carrying the faint chime of church bells. Their sound felt like an answer, not loud, but sure. He wrote next about his younger years, the mistakes, the restless ambitions, the days when he ran faster than his soul could keep up. But even as he wrote of failure, he felt gratitude rise. Those days too had shaped him. "We are not made holy by being flawless," he murmured, "but by being forgiven." Each story he wrote, each memory he revisited, felt like lighting another candle inside him. He had feared the past for so long, its shadows, its griefs. But now, facing it with gentleness, he saw it differently. The past wasn't a ghost, it was a garden. Some flowers had withered, yes, but others had seeded new growth long after he'd forgotten planting them. He closed his eyes and saw it all. The fields of his childhood, the streets of youth, the quiet room where love once breathed beside him. The years lined up in silence, not to accuse him, but to thank him for remembering. The afternoon light grew golden. He set the pen down, letting his hand rest on the open notebook. Across the page, his words shimmered faintly in the sun, lines of ink that looked almost like threads, weaving the past into peace. He whispered, "Maybe that's what memory is for, not to keep us longing, but to keep us grateful." He rose, walked to the small shelf by the window, and placed the notebook there beside the candle. Then he opened the window wide. The wind entered gently, stirring the pages so that they rustled like soft applause. Outside, the world glowed in late light. A few children ran past, chasing a ball, their laughter echoing against the stone walls. He watched them, smiling. He wondered if, long after he was gone, someone might remember him too, not for anything grand, but for the way he had listened, or smiled, or shared his bread. He sat down again, hands folded. The house felt filled with presences now, his parents, his wife, friends long gone. They seemed near, like warm shadows leaning in from eternity. He didn't see them, but he felt them. Love, after all, doesn't leave when breath does. He looked around his small, quiet home and whispered, "You have been my church." Outside, the first star appeared, small, steady, ancient. He thought of all the nights he'd spent staring upward, asking questions to the dark. Tonight there were no questions left, only peace, and the soft hum of gratitude in his chest. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in years, he prayed not for anything, not for strength, not for healing, but simply in thanks. "Thank you," he said, "for every memory you've given me, and for the grace to see them all as gifts." The air felt lighter afterward, as though something inside him had finally unclenched. The past was no longer something he carried. It was something that carried him. If this story of remembering brought you peace tonight, come again tomorrow. We'll keep walking through the garden of grace, hand in hand. The young visitor. It was a Sunday morning when the knock came, soft, uncertain, the kind of sound that waits for permission to exist. The old man looked up from his chair, surprised. Few people ever came to his door these days. He set aside his cup of tea and went to open it. On the step stood a boy, perhaps 12 or 13, clutching a small basket of bread. His hair was damp from the mist outside, his shoes muddy. "Good morning, sir," he said, his voice careful but bright. "My grandmother asked me to bring you this. She said you used to buy loaves from her before she retired." The old man smiled. "Ah, Mrs. Langley. Yes, I remember. Her bread could heal a heart." The boy grinned. "She says you were one of her kindest customers. She wanted you to have this. She baked again this week just for practice." He took the basket, feeling the warmth through the cloth. "Tell her I'm honored," he said, "and thank you for walking all this way." The boy shrugged shyly. "It's not far. I like walking. Everything smells different in the morning." The old man laughed softly. "That's the smell of beginnings. It fades by noon, but if you catch it early enough, you can carry it all day." The boy looked curious. "Do you live alone?" "I do," he answered gently, "but I'm never lonely. I have good company, memory, silence, and the sound of rain." The boy hesitated, then asked, "May I come in for a bit? It's starting to drizzle again." "Of course," the old man said, opening the door wider. "Every heart should have somewhere dry to rest." They sat at the table, steam rising from the teapot between them. The boy looked around the room. The shelves lined with books, the candle stub, the neat stack of letters tied with ribbon. "You write a lot?" he asked. The old man nodded. "Sometimes. Stories about people I've met. Stories about how love leaves fingerprints on everything." The boy smiled. "I like stories. My teacher says they make us remember what matters." "She's right," the old man said. "Stories are how the heart teaches itself to listen." They talked for a while, about school, about music, about the way the sea smelled different after storms. The boy asked questions in bursts. The old man answered slowly, like someone choosing each word from a basket of light. At one point, the boy grew quiet. "Can I tell you something?" "Of course." "My father left 2 years ago," he said. "Sometimes I think he forgot about us. But my grandmother says people don't really disappear. They just get lost for a while." The old man's eyes softened. "Your grandmother is very wise," he said. "When someone we love is gone, their love doesn't vanish. It hides in small things. A song, a smell, a kindness from a stranger. You'll find him again in ways you don't expect." The boy looked down at his hands. "Do you ever miss someone like that?" The old man nodded. "Every day. But missing someone is proof that we've loved deeply. It's a kind of prayer that never stops being answered." The boy seemed to think about that for a long time. Then he smiled, a real, unguarded smile. "That sounds better than being sad." "It is," said the old man. "Sadness tells you something beautiful happened, and gratitude tells you it still matters." They finished their tea in comfortable silence. The boy asked to see the notebook on the table. "What's this one about?" "It's called The Book of Quiet Lives," the old man said. "It's a collection of stories about people who taught me something about faith, even without meaning to." "Will you write about me?" the boy asked, half joking. The old man smiled. "Perhaps I already have. You remind me of something I once knew, that hope is young every morning." They both laughed. Then the boy grew thoughtful again. "You know, my grandmother says the world's getting too busy to listen, but maybe it just needs more people like you." The old man chuckled softly. "Or maybe it needs more people like you, people who still knock softly and carry warm bread for others." When the rain stopped, the boy stood to leave. "I'll come again, if that's all right," he said. "It's more than all right. the old man replied. "Every home needs laughter now and then." The boy nodded, then hesitated at the door. "Thank you for the tea and for talking." "Thank you for listening," said the old man. "That's rarer than gold." After the door closed, the room felt different, not emptier, but freshly alive. He sat back down, the half-empty cup still steaming faintly. For a long moment, he stared at the basket of bread, its warmth lingering in his hands. He reached for his notebook and wrote. Today, kindness came with muddy shoes and a basket of bread. Grace often looks like youth, remembering to visit age. He smiled as he wrote the next line. When we share stories, we build a bridge across time. Outside, sunlight broke through the clouds, spilling gold across the damp street. He could hear the boy whistling as he walked away, the sound bright and sure, carrying farther than sight. The old man whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for sending laughter to knock on my door." He closed his eyes, listening until the sound faded into quiet. The air smelled of rain and bread and something new. Renewal, maybe. Or the sweet, steady heartbeat of hope returning home. If this story warmed your heart tonight, come again tomorrow. We'll keep sharing the bread of kindness, one story at a time. The quiet teacher, the week drifted by gently, stitched together by small golden moments. The whistle of the kettle, the chatter of sparrows, the soft echo of the boy's laughter still lingering in the old man's heart. Life had not changed much on the outside, yet everything inside him felt quietly renewed. Each morning he found himself looking toward the street, half expecting the boy's familiar knock. Some days the boy came, other days he didn't, but it no longer mattered. The anticipation itself had become a kind of prayer, a reminder that connection can arrive at any hour, sometimes wearing muddy shoes, sometimes bringing silence. One afternoon, as sunlight spilled through the window in long golden stripes, the boy returned. He carried no bread this time, only a notebook under his arm. "Grandmother says you know how to write stories," he said, smiling shyly. "I thought maybe you could show me how." The old man's heart warmed. "Ah," he said, "so you've come to borrow a few secrets from an old hand?" The boy laughed. "If you don't mind sharing." "Not at all," he replied. "Stories like to be shared. That's how they stay alive." They sat by the window with paper and pens, the scent of tea mingling with sunlight. The old man began by asking, "What would you like to write about?" The boy thought for a while, tapping his pen against the page. "Maybe about my father," he said softly. "But I don't know how to start." "Start anywhere," said the old man. "Stories don't mind if we begin in the middle. They just want honesty." He showed the boy how to describe with feeling, not by explaining, but by noticing. "Don't tell me it rained," he said gently. "Tell me how the rain felt on your shoulders, how it smelled when it touched the dirt. Details are where God hides." The boy's eyes lit up and he began to write, slowly at first, then with growing confidence. His small hand trembled slightly, but his words came alive. "It smelled like earth waking up," he wrote. The old man smiled. "That's it. That's truth dressed as poetry." They wrote together for an hour, the boy pausing often to ask questions. The old man answered patiently, his voice calm and steady. Every now and then, he'd add a quiet reflection. Not a lesson exactly, but something that sounded like one. "Writing," he said, "isn't about making something perfect. It's about noticing what is already beautiful." "Do you ever run out of things to say?" asked the boy. "Never," he replied. "I just run out of time to say them all." When the pages were filled, the boy read his story aloud. His voice trembled, but it was sincere, and that made it perfect. When he finished, the old man clapped softly. "You've written something brave," he said. "Every true word is an act of courage." The boy's cheeks flushed with pride. "I think I want to write more," he said. "Then you've already begun your life's best journey," said the old man. "Keep writing, keep listening. The two belong together." That evening, after the boy left, the old man sat alone in the fading light. The notebook lay open before him, the boy's neat handwriting glowing faintly in the sunset. It struck him that teaching had changed something in him too. He hadn't realized until now that giving wisdom doesn't deplete it, it multiplies it. He remembered his own teachers, people who had guided him gently without ever demanding anything in return. His mother, who taught him patience by how she prayed. His father, who taught him strength through silence. His wife, who taught him that love speaks best in actions, not words. He whispered into the dusk, "Thank you for letting me be part of the circle, for letting what I've learned find another heartbeat to live in." Outside, the street lamps flickered on one by one. The city was settling into its evening rhythm, the low hum of voices, the distant bells marking the hour. He felt himself moving in harmony with it all. Later, he opened his own journal and wrote a short entry. Teaching is not about filling minds, it's about lighting candles, and then trusting the wind to carry the flame. He placed his pen down and smiled. Perhaps tomorrow he would show the boy how to write about joy, about forgiveness, about the quiet miracles hidden in ordinary days. Perhaps he would tell him that the best stories are the ones that teach the writer how to see again. He leaned back, listening to the faint sounds of the world outside. Footsteps, laughter, a piano drifting from a nearby window. Life felt wide again, open and bright. For a long time he sat there in stillness, grateful beyond words. The young boy had come to learn, but it was he who had been taught that faith, when shared, grows younger, not older. When he finally rose to prepare for bed, he whispered a final prayer. "Lord, make me a window where your light can pass through." The candle flickered beside his notebook, casting a soft glow that seemed to nod in agreement. If tonight's story reminded you that kindness teaches both ways, come back tomorrow. We'll keep passing the light together. The return of laughter. The next few weeks unfolded like a string of gentle mornings. The boy came often, sometimes with questions about writing, sometimes just to sit and drink tea. The house, once wrapped in years of quiet, now hummed softly with life again. Even the walls seemed to listen differently, as if they too were grateful for the sound of shared laughter. One Friday afternoon, the boy arrived with his grandmother, the same Mrs. Langley who had sent the first basket of bread. Her hair was silver and gathered neatly in a bun, her eyes bright with mischief. "I hope you don't mind," she said, smiling, "but my grandson told me there's a wise storyteller hidden in this house, and I wanted to see for myself." The old man laughed. "If you find him, please introduce us. I've been looking for him too." They shared tea at the small wooden table, the air rich with the scent of cinnamon and lemon. The boy listened as the two elders traded gentle jokes, their words rolling easily between memory and laughter. It had been a long time since laughter filled this room so freely. It moved like sunlight, dancing, forgiving, unashamed. Mrs. Langley told stories of her youth, of ration lines during the war, of sneaking music into classrooms, of how kindness often began with a loaf of bread. "When life grows hard," she said, "feed someone. It's the simplest form of prayer." The old man nodded. "That's a truth worth writing down," he said, and he did, right there in his notebook. the pen scratching softly over the paper. The boy looked between them, eyes wide, and whispered, "You two talk like books." Mrs. Langley chuckled. "That's because we've been written in, dear. Every wrinkle is a paragraph." The old man laughed so hard that tears touched his eyes. The sound startled even him. It had been so long since joy had risen that freely. It felt light, like the return of spring after a long winter. They stayed until dusk, talking about small miracles, flowers that bloom through cracks, strangers who turn into friends, prayers answered in unexpected ways. As the sun slipped behind the rooftops, golden light washed over them, making everything look soft and eternal. When Mrs. Langley stood to leave, she touched his shoulder. "You've brought laughter back to my boy," she said gently. "That's no small miracle." He smiled, humbled. "He's done the same for me. You see, grace works both ways." After they left, the house seemed to glow even in the fading light. He sat quietly, letting the silence settle again, not heavy as it once was, but full, like a pause in a beautiful song. He realized that laughter was not just joy. It was proof of faith. It meant the heart still believed in goodness. The following days brought more visitors. The flower vendor stopped by one morning, bringing a single rose and staying to share coffee. A retired postman came by another day, drawn by rumour of the kind man who listens. Soon, people began dropping notes through his door. Short letters, folded neatly, each telling a small story. An apology, a thank you, a prayer. Some signed their names, others didn't. Didn't matter. Each note felt like another heartbeat joining his own. He began to post small messages on his window in return, written in careful handwriting. "Hope is free. Take what you need." Beneath it, he'd leave slips of paper with gentle phrases. "You are loved. The morning always returns. Kindness still works." By evening, the slips would be gone. The neighbourhood, once hurried and distant, had begun to slow, to greet him, to linger, to laugh. He could feel it, a circle forming again around the warmth of human presence. It reminded him of something his wife used to say: "Joy is contagious if you let it breathe." One evening, as he closed his window for the night, he noticed the boy and his grandmother walking home, their laughter echoing down the cobblestone street. He leaned against the frame and whispered, "Thank you, Lord. I thought that sound was lost to me." He sat by the candlelight that night, his notebook open once again. He wrote slowly, "Laughter is the echo of God's delight. When we share it, we remind the world that love is not a memory. It's alive." He paused, pen still hovering, and smiled to himself. There had been a time when he thought his days of teaching, of giving, of belonging were finished. But here he was, part of a small miracle of community stitched together by tea, stories and laughter. He looked around his quiet room. The books, the candle, the cup, still warm, and realized that the loneliness he once feared had transformed into solitude filled with friendship. Grace had entered quietly, disguised as an ordinary day. Outside, the church bells began to ring for evening prayers. Their sound was not a summons this time, but a conversation, one heart speaking softly to another. He whispered a prayer of gratitude, simple and sure. "Thank you for laughter, Lord, for the music that reminds us we're alive." He sat in the candlelight until the flame grew low, its glow resting gently on his hands. The world beyond the window had fallen into night, but inside, everything still shimmered with quiet joy. For the first time in many years, he went to bed smiling. The sound of laughter, his own, the boys', the neighbours', followed him into dreams like a familiar hymn returning home. If tonight's story brought a smile to your heart, come back tomorrow. We'll keep sharing the music of gentle laughter together. When time becomes a teacher, autumn crept into the town quietly, the way grace often does, softly, without asking for attention. The air turned thin and clean, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen apples. Leaves gathered along the cobblestones like old letters waiting to be read again. The old man felt it first in his hands, the coolness that made him move slower, the stiffness that reminded him he was no longer young. Yet, instead of mourning it, he found himself whispering, "Thank you." For every slow movement was an invitation to notice, to linger, to be here. He spent more time by the window now. The boy still came, though less often. School kept him busy, but when he did, he brought the sound of youth, of footsteps that didn't creak on the floorboards. The old man would smile and say, "Don't rush, lad. Even the wind learns patience before winter." One afternoon, as the church bells marked 3, the old man took a slow walk through the park. The trees stood tall, half bare, their branches etched against a silver sky. He carried no hurry with him, only breath and thought. A group of children were feeding pigeons nearby, their laughter skipping like pebbles across water. He sat on a worn bench and watched them. For a moment, he remembered being their age, how he used to chase the horizon without ever catching it, how time once felt endless. He smiled at the memory. It was endless, he murmured, and somehow it still is. An elderly woman sat beside him not long after. She had a scarf the colour of chestnuts and eyes that carried years of kindness. "Beautiful day," she said. "It is," he replied, "though I think beauty hides more easily now. It waits for those who walk slowly enough to see it." She chuckled. "Then we're in no danger of missing it." They shared silence, the comfortable kind that feels like prayer. After a while, she spoke again, softly. "Do you ever feel that the older we grow, the less we need to understand, and the more we simply need to love?" He turned to her, his eyes warm. "I do. I think that's what wisdom really is. Love that's learned how to stay." They smiled, and the world seemed to pause around them. Somewhere a bell rang again, and the sound floated like a benediction. When he returned home, dusk had already begun to fold itself across the rooftops. He lit his candle, poured tea, and sat with his notebook. He didn't write much that night, just a few lines. "Time no longer takes from me, it gives me clarity. It teaches me what truly stays. The kindness I offered, the forgiveness I gave, the love I refused to let die." He closed the notebook and stared at the candle flame. How often he had feared aging, thinking it meant losing colour, meaning life. But now he understood. Aging was not the fading of the light. It was learning how to see in the dark. The next morning, the boy came by again. "I wrote something," he said, handing over a page. "It's about growing up." The old man read the words slowly. They were simple but full of truth. "I think growing up is learning that the world is quieter than it used to be, but love still makes noise." He looked at the boy, eyes glistening. "That's beautiful," he said. "You've just written what it took me 70 years to learn." The boy smiled shyly. "Do you ever wish you were young again?" The old man thought for a long moment, then shook his head. "No. Youth is a song, but age is the echo that lets you hear its meaning. I would not trade the echo for the sound." They sat together, listening to the wind move through the trees outside. The boy broke the silence softly. "Will you ever leave this town?" "I think the Lord leaves us where we can do the most quiet good," he said. "And right now, my work is to keep a light in this window for whoever needs to find their way home." The boy nodded slowly, as if he understood. "Then I hope your light never goes out." The old man reached across the table and placed his hand gently on the boy's. "Ah, but that's the secret, lad. If you carry a little of it with you, it never will." That evening, after the boy left, he stepped outside for a walk. The street was bathed in amber light, every stone shimmering with memory. He could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the hush of passing footsteps, the hum of life continuing. He realized with a tender certainty that he was no longer afraid of endings. Life had become like a long prayer, not to be finished, only to be lived through, one quiet breath at a time. Back at his table, he poured the last of his tea and whispered to the night, "Thank you, Lord, for letting me grow old enough to see your beauty in slowness." The candle flickered, as if nodding in reply. He smiled, leaned back, and let the peace of the evening settle around him like a soft blanket. And somewhere in the distance, the boy's laughter carried on the wind, young, bright, endless, like grace echoing across the years. If tonight's story brought you peace, come back tomorrow. We'll keep learning from time's quiet grace together. The Bridge of Memory. The first snow of the season came quietly, as if the heavens were exhaling peace. By morning, the whole town was softened beneath a hush of white. The rooftops, the narrow streets, even the old bench in the park, all covered by a delicate grace that made everything still. The old man woke early, drawn by the silence. He stood at his window, watching the flakes drift lazily through the pale light. The world looked newly born, untouched, forgiven. For a long moment he simply breathed, as though each breath might carry him closer to something eternal. Later, he wrapped himself in his thick coat and stepped outside. The snow crunched beneath his boots, each sound crisp and certain. The cold pinched his cheeks, but it felt good, alive. He followed the narrow path toward the chapel at the edge of town. That chapel had stood for more than a century. Its bell tower leaned slightly, its stones weathered by time and prayer. Inside, it always smelled faintly of wax and pine, like Christmas remembered. He pushed the door open gently, and it creaked, a sound that felt almost like a greeting. Inside, the air was cool and still. A few candles flickered near the altar, their flames swaying in the draught. He walked slowly down the aisle, his hand brushing the wooden pews. He had sat in those very seats with his wife long ago. He could almost see her now, her hands folded, her eyes closed in quiet devotion. He sat where they once did, letting memory settle beside him. It did not hurt this time. Memory had softened, changed shape. It was no longer a wound, it was a bridge. Across it he could still walk toward love. He whispered into the silence, "You're still here, aren't you?" The candle nearest him flickered as if in reply. He smiled. "Yes," he said softly. "I know." From his pocket he took out a small photograph, faded, edges curled. It showed him and his wife standing in a field of wildflowers, laughing at something neither of them could now remember. He studied the photo for a while, tracing the outline of her face with his thumb. "You taught me how to see God in ordinary things," he murmured. "In bread, in laughter, in every morning I didn't deserve but was given anyway." He closed his eyes. The memories came, not as sharp images but as gentle impressions. Her voice humming in the kitchen, her laughter echoing down the hallway, the way she always said thank you to the smallest moments. He felt her presence not as absence, but as continuation. She had not vanished. She had simply moved into another kind of nearness, the kind that lives in the folds of time. in the quiet corners of faith. When he opened his eyes, he noticed the sunlight slanting through the stained glass, scattering colours across the pews. He watched the reds and golds dance on the floor and whispered, "Love never dies. It just changes its form." He stayed there for a long while, until his hands grew warm again from the candlelight. Then, as he rose to leave, he saw a small girl standing by the door, her mittens clutched to her chest. She looked at him shyly. "Are you the man who writes notes in the window?" she asked. He smiled. "Perhaps." "Did you take one?" She nodded. It said, "The morning always returns." I kept it under my pillow. "That's a good place for hope to sleep," he said kindly. "Does it help?" She grinned. "Yes. When I'm scared, I read it again. Then I feel brave." His eyes softened. Then it did its job. The little girl turned to go, then paused. "Mama says the man who writes those notes must know God." The old man chuckled. "Oh no, my dear. I only know what it feels like to be found." She smiled and skipped away, her boots leaving small prints in the snow. He stood there watching, his heart full. Once again, memory had become something living, a bridge not only to what was, but to what could still be. When he returned home, he set the photograph beside his candle. The flame flickered gently, casting her face in gold. He whispered, "We're still walking together, just on different sides of the same bridge." He opened his notebook and wrote, "Time cannot take away what love has written in eternity. Memory is not the past. It is the hand of God reminding us that nothing good is ever lost." He read those words aloud, his voice low and steady, and for the first time in years, he felt completely at peace. Outside, snow continued to fall, soft and patient. The world was wrapped in forgiveness. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and listened to the stillness, to the heartbeat of time, to the voice that speaks without words. "Be still and know that I am here." He smiled faintly and whispered, "I know." The candle burned low, the flame small but unwavering, just like faith, just like memory, just like love. If tonight's story touched something deep in you, come again tomorrow. We'll keep crossing the quiet bridge between yesterday and forever. The quiet art of forgiveness. Winter deepened. Days grew shorter, and the air took on that particular stillness that only comes when the world seems to be listening. The old man spent more time indoors, near the fire, wrapped in a blanket that had once belonged to his wife. The threads were worn, but it still carried her scent. Lavender and thyme. He often thought of the word forgiveness during those quiet hours. It had followed him through the years, sometimes as a whisper, sometimes as a wound. He had forgiven much, but not everything. Some memories still lingered like frost on glass, beautiful from afar, but cold to touch. One morning, while sorting through an old drawer, he found a letter he had never opened. The paper was yellowed, the ink faded. His heart paused as he recognized the handwriting. It belonged to an old friend, one he had not spoken to in decades. They had parted badly years ago over something that felt large at the time but now seemed impossibly small. He sat with the letter for a long moment, his thumb tracing the creases. "Why now?" he murmured. But he already knew. Time has a way of waiting until the soul is quiet enough to listen. He unfolded it slowly. The letter was short, written in a trembling hand. "My dear friend, I've thought often of our last words and wish they had been gentler. Pride is a poor companion, and I fear I've kept its company too long. If this finds you, know that I still think of you with warmth. I hope life has been kind." The letter ended there, no signature, no date. The old man felt tears gather at the corners of his eyes. He didn't know whether his friend still lived. Perhaps not. But the words lived, and that was enough. He whispered, "I forgive you." Then after a moment he added softly, "And I forgive myself." The fire crackled as if it approved. Something unknotted inside him, a tightness he hadn't known he still carried. Forgiveness, he realized, was not about changing the past. It was about freeing the present from its shadow. That afternoon he took a walk through the snow-covered streets. The air was clean and cold, and his breath rose like prayer into the grey sky. He stopped by the chapel again. Inside, a few candles burned quietly, each flame bowing in rhythm to the unseen wind. He knelt by one of them and whispered a simple prayer. "Lord, teach me to forgive the way you forgive, fully, freely, without remembering the hurt." He stayed there in silence, and it seemed to him that the very stillness breathed in answer. It wasn't loud or sudden, just the gentle knowing that he had been heard. When he rose, he noticed the same little girl from before, sitting near the front pew. She was drawing on a scrap of paper with coloured pencils. He smiled and walked over. "What are you drawing?" he asked. "It's the world," she said matter-of-factly. "But I ran out of blue." He looked down at her picture. The oceans were half finished, the skies pale. "It's still beautiful," he said. She shrugged. "It doesn't look right without blue." He smiled. "Maybe it doesn't have to look right to be beautiful." The girl thought about that. "Mama says sometimes God fixes the colours we can't." "She's very wise," said the old man softly. He sat beside her for a while, watching her draw. There was something deeply peaceful about her focus, the way she filled the page without fear of mistakes. Forgiveness, he thought, is a little like this, letting the heart draw again, even if the colours are missing. That night, he wrote in his notebook, "Forgiveness is the quiet art of setting yourself free. It is remembering without bitterness and letting love finish what time could not." He closed the notebook and sat still. The fire had burned low, but its embers glowed softly, patient and alive. He realized that forgiveness was not a single act. It was a way of walking. Each step said, "I choose peace again." A few days later, he placed a new note in his window. This one read, "Forgive often. It makes the world easier to hold." By evening, the note was gone. That night, as he watched the snow fall outside, he felt lighter, almost weightless. It was as if something unseen had untied its grip around his heart. He whispered to the silence, "Thank you, Lord, for teaching me that mercy begins with remembering we're all unfinished." The wind outside stirred gently, brushing against the window pane. It sounded almost like an answer. Soft, tender, eternal. He leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed, and smiled. The room was quiet, but it was not empty. It was full of grace, full of peace, full of the invisible presence of love that forgives even before it is asked. When he finally drifted to sleep, the letter still rested on the table beside him. But the weight it once carried was gone. Only light remained. If tonight's story helped you breathe a little easier, come again tomorrow. We'll keep learning how forgiveness turns sorrow into peace. When peace begins to spread. By February, winter had settled into its gentlest mood. The snow still came, but softly now, like feathers released from an unseen wing. The world seemed to breathe more slowly. Even the clock in the old man's house ticked as though reluctant to disturb the quiet. He spent most mornings writing near the window. The boy no longer came every day, but his laughter still seemed to echo somewhere in the house like a bell that never quite stops ringing. And though the streets were often empty, he no longer felt alone. Forgiveness had changed something deep within him. It had softened the edges of his thoughts, and even his silence had become kind. People noticed. The florist who passed his window each day began to wave. The postman lingered longer when delivering mail. And once an old woman from across the street left a small basket of oranges on his step with a note that simply said, "Thank you for the peace in your eyes." He smiled when he read it. It seemed the peace he'd prayed for was not content to stay inside. It wanted to go walking. That afternoon he'd decided to visit the market. The streets were wet with melted snow and the air smelled faintly of cinnamon and rain. He walked slowly, cane tapping in rhythm with his thoughts. People nodded as he passed. Some smiled, though they didn't know his name. He stopped at a small stall selling honey and bread. The woman behind the counter greeted him warmly. "You're the gentleman who leaves notes in the window, aren't you?" "I suppose I am," he said, chuckling. "The words seem to travel farther than I do." "Well, they help," she said softly. "I lost my husband last year, and one of your notes said, 'The morning always returns.' I read it every day for a week. It reminded me that grief isn't the end of love, it's the echo of it." The old man felt his eyes moisten. He wanted to speak, but found that silence said it better. He simply nodded, placing his hand gently over hers. "Thank you for telling me," he whispered. As he walked home, he felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Words, he thought, are like seeds. We drop them into the soil of other hearts and rarely see the flowers they become. When he reached home, he brewed tea and sat by the fire, letting the warmth sink into his bones. He thought of how forgiveness had begun as something private, an inward prayer, but had somehow grown outward, spreading through every word, every glance, every breath. He opened his notebook and wrote, "When peace lives within you, it teaches the air around you how to rest. Even silence begins to smile." He closed his eyes and smiled. Outside, the street had grown quiet again, but it was a peaceful kind of quiet, the kind that means something beautiful is still happening just softly. A few days later, he received a letter in return for one of his window notes. It was from the young mother across the street. "Dear, kind neighbor, you don't know me, but your words have been light on difficult days. My little girl calls you the man who knows God's handwriting. I think she might be right. Thank you for reminding us that gentle hearts still exist." He read the letter twice, then folded it carefully and placed it in his journal. He whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for letting peace find new homes." As spring began to whisper through the cold, the boy returned one evening, taller now, carrying a book he had written himself. "It's full of stories," the boy said proudly. "I brought one for you." The old man opened it and saw his own words reflected in the boy's. The same kindness, the same quiet wonder. It was as if the flame he had passed along had found its way into another lamp. "This," he said softly, "is what it means to live twice." The boy smiled. "Do you think words can change the world?" "They already have," said the old man. "Every kind word is a small miracle, and miracles don't need noise to matter." They shared tea again, talking little, content just to listen to the world breathe around them. The air felt alive with something unseen, something that shimmered quietly between them. After the boy left, the old man stood at his window, watching the last traces of daylight fade from the rooftops. The world outside glowed with that fragile beauty that only appears when the day is ending, the hour when everything seems forgiven. He whispered, "Peace be with them all. Those who remember me and those who never knew I existed, may the calm I've found find them too." He closed his eyes, letting that prayer flow outward like ripples in still water. He imagined it reaching strangers, wanderers, the weary and the waiting, each one touched even faintly by the light he'd been given. When he opened his eyes, he could almost see it, the invisible threads of kindness weaving through the night. He sat down, wrote one last line in his notebook and smiled. Peace is not taught, it is felt, and when it's real, the whole world breathes easier. The fire crackled softly. He leaned back, warmed not only by the flame but by the quiet certainty that goodness multiplies when shared. Outside, somewhere beyond sight, church bells began to ring. Their sound was steady, clear and full of life, just like hope. If tonight's story filled you with calm, come again tomorrow. We'll keep tracing how peace finds its way through every heart that listens. The Village of Light. By the time spring arrived, the whole town seemed to move differently. People spoke to one another more softly, paused longer to listen, and lingered on doorsteps to share a word or two before the day began. It was as if an invisible kindness had swept through the streets, quiet, unseen, but felt in every smile. No one could say when it started. Some thought it began with the notes in the old man's window. Others said it began the day laughter returned to his house. But most simply called it the change, a season that had no name but felt like healing. The old man noticed it one morning as he stepped outside to water the small pots of herbs by his door. Across the street, a young woman was helping her elderly neighbor carry groceries. Two boys were patching a hole in the church fence, and the baker's wife was handing out loaves to those who couldn't afford them. He smiled to himself. "Look what grace has done," he whispered. A sparrow landed on his porch rail, watching him with bright eyes. He dropped a few crumbs of bread and it hopped closer without fear. "Even you've learned to trust again," he said softly. That afternoon, a knock came on his door, not timid this time, but confident and joyful. When he opened it, the boy stood there grinning. "We're planning something," he said. "Something?" "A gathering," the boy explained. "Grandmother says everyone should bring what they love, music, food, stories, anything that makes the heart lighter. And she said you're the reason we should do it." The old man blinked in surprise. "Me? I've done nothing." The boy laughed. "That's exactly why, sir. You reminded people what quiet goodness looks like." The old man hesitated. "It's been many years since I stood in front of a crowd." "Then come as you are," said the boy gently. "That's all anyone needs." When the day came, the town square was filled with soft music and the scent of fresh bread. Tables were set beneath the blossoming trees. The children ran in circles, their laughter ringing like bells. The old man walked slowly through the crowd, greeted by familiar faces and new ones alike. Mrs. Langley waved him over to a long table where the boy sat surrounded by notebooks and ink-stained fingers. "He's been teaching half the town to write," she said, smiling. "We might have to rename him the Little Poet of St. Elm's." The old man chuckled. "I see he's found his voice, or perhaps his faith." The boy beamed. "Both, I think." As evening fell, someone lit lanterns around the square. Their glow shimmered across the faces of those gathered, young and old, rich and poor, strangers and friends. Music floated gently through the air, blending with the hum of conversation and the soft clinking of cups. Then, without planning to, the old man found himself standing near the small stage at the center. Someone handed him a cup of tea, and the crowd quieted as if waiting for him to speak. He looked around, at the light on the trees, at the boy's expectant smile, at the countless faces filled with gentle warmth. and for a moment he couldn't find words. Finally he said, "There was a time when I thought I was the last light in a dark street, but I was wrong. The truth is, light never leaves. It only waits for someone to remember where the matches are." Soft laughter rippled through the crowd. He continued, "Peace isn't something we build. It's something we let bloom. And look around you now. Hasn't it bloomed beautifully?" Applause followed, quiet but sincere. He smiled and lifted his cup. To kindness, the one language we all speak when words fail. They raised their glasses, and for a moment the town felt like one heartbeat, steady and sure. As the night deepened, music began again. The boy read one of his poems aloud, his voice trembling at first, then finding strength. Where one light burns, another learns to shine. When he finished, the crowd fell silent, not out of formality but reverence. The old man placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "You've written the truth, my boy. Keep it close." The stars appeared above the square, bright and clear. Lanterns swayed gently in the wind, and the laughter of children blended with the hush of leaves. The old man closed his eyes for a moment and let the sound wash over him. He thought of all the years behind him, the losses, the silence, the long nights of doubt. And then he thought of this night, full of life and light and second chances. He whispered to the quiet sky, "Thank you, Lord. You didn't just give me more days. You gave me more reasons." When the crowd began to drift home, the boy returned to say goodnight. "You'll be here again tomorrow?" he asked. The old man smiled. "If God wakes me, I'll be here." The boy grinned. "Then I hope he keeps setting his alarm." They both laughed softly. Later that night, when the last lantern went out, the old man walked home through streets lit only by moonlight. Yet the darkness no longer felt empty. It glowed faintly, like peace itself breathing quietly across the town. He stopped at his door, looked back once and whispered, "Let it last, Lord. Let this gentle light keep finding its way." Inside, he set down his cane and wrote one final line before bed. When peace grows roots, it becomes community. And where community gathers, heaven leans close to listen. If tonight's story warmed your heart, come again tomorrow. We'll keep walking through this village of light, one quiet story at a time. Passing the light. The days that followed the spring gathering seemed touched by a quiet joy. The market bustled a little brighter, the morning smelled sweeter, and even the church bell carried a softer tone, as though it too had learned gentleness. The old man often sat outside now, on the small wooden bench by his door. He no longer kept count of the hours. He simply watched them arrive and depart, each one carrying a bit of sunlight on its back. People came by more often, not just the boy, but others too. Some came to talk, some came to listen, and some came simply to sit beside him in silence. His home, once a place of solitude, had quietly become a place of gathering. He didn't plan to teach, yet somehow his presence began to teach on its own. One afternoon, a young woman named Clara stopped by. She was one of the teachers from the village school, her arms full of papers and her face weary from long days. "They say you have a way with peace," she said with a tired smile. "I thought I might borrow some." He laughed gently. "Peace isn't mine to give, my dear, but if you sit for a while, perhaps it will find you." So she sat. At first she spoke of her students, their noise, their energy, the way their questions never seemed to end. "They drain me sometimes," she confessed. The old man nodded. "That's how love feels when it's still learning patience." Clara looked at him surprised. "I never thought of it that way." He smiled. Children test us because they still believe we know everything. The secret is that we don't, and they forgive us for it anyway." She laughed softly. "You make it sound simple." "It isn't," he said, "but simplicity is often the deepest truth." They sat together until the sun began to set, the light turning golden through the leaves. When she left, her steps were lighter, her shoulders less burdened. He watched her disappear down the street and thought, perhaps peace can travel faster than we think. A few days later, 2 young men came by, brothers who ran the bakery near the square. They wanted advice about a disagreement that had divided them for weeks. The old man listened quietly as they spoke over one another, frustration spilling out like an overfilled cup. When they finally fell silent, he said softly, "Do you remember the first loaf you ever baked together?" They glanced at each other and nodded. "Was it perfect?" he asked. They laughed. "Not even close." "And yet," he said, "you fed people with it, didn't you? Forgiveness works the same way. It doesn't have to be perfect to nourish the heart." For a moment, neither spoke. Then the older brother reached across the table and placed a hand on the other's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. The old man smiled. "That's the taste of fresh bread." Word of these small moments spread, not as gossip, but as gratitude. Soon more people began to visit. A mother with a restless son, a widow who hadn't laughed in years, a farmer worried about his crops. The old man met each one where they were, offering not advice but presence. Sometimes he told them stories, simple ones, always beginning the same way. "Once, when I was younger." Other times he simply listened, letting their worries fall into the quiet space between them. One evening, as the sun slipped behind the rooftops, the boy came again. He was taller now, more thoughtful, carrying his notebook like a promise. "I think I understand what you've been doing," he said. "Oh." The old man smiled. "And what's that?" "You're teaching people how to listen," said the boy. "Not just with their ears, but with their hearts." The old man chuckled. "Ah, so you've found my secret?" The boy hesitated, then asked, "And who taught you?" The old man looked toward the horizon, the last light of day spilling gold across his face. "Time," he said softly. "And a kind God who never stopped whispering even when I stopped hearing." They sat in silence for a while. Then the boy asked, "Will you teach me how to do what you do?" The old man reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're already doing it. Just keep noticing. Keep choosing kindness even when it feels small. The rest will take care of itself." As dusk deepened, the street lamps flickered on one by one. The boy rose to leave, but before he went, he turned back and said, "When people talk about peace in this town, they'll always think of you." The old man shook his head, smiling. "No, lad. If they've found peace, it's because they looked inward, not at me. I'm just a reminder that stillness still exists." That night he sat by the window, candlelight dancing on his notebook. He wrote slowly, the pen moving like a prayer across the page. To teach is not to fill another's cup, but to show them the river. When peace is shared, it learns how to multiply. He closed the book and watched the flame tremble in the soft wind. The town outside was quiet, the kind of quiet that means hearts are resting, not empty. He smiled to himself. The work was no longer his alone. The light had found new hands. He whispered to the night, "Thank you, Lord, for letting me see the seeds grow." And the candle, steady and bright, seemed to nod in reply. If tonight's story gave you comfort, come again tomorrow. We'll keep passing the light from one gentle soul to another. The boy who carried the light. Summer came quietly that year, slipping into the town like a hymn you almost recognize. The air turned warm and heavy with scent, roses, old books, and rain. The old man spent his mornings beneath the elm tree by his door, his hat tipped low, a cup of tea steaming beside him. The boy, though he was hardly a boy now, came almost every afternoon. His steps were taller, his voice deeper, but his heart was the same. He carried with him a satchel full of papers, stories, and dreams. "I've been offered a place at the university," he said one day, unable to hide his excitement. "It's far from here, near the sea." The old man smiled, his eyes soft. "Ah, the sea, the first teacher of patience. Congratulations, my dear boy. That's a fine adventure." The young man hesitated. "I don't know if I should go. Everything I've learned that matters is here." The old man chuckled. "Then it will go with you. You don't leave peace behind. You carry it in your steps." "But what if I forget?" he asked quietly. "You won't," said the old man. "The soul never forgets what made it kind." They sat for a while without speaking. The breeze stirred the branches above them, scattering sunlight across the table like bits of gold. The boy finally said, "You once told me that stories are how the heart teaches itself to listen. Maybe I'll write the stories you haven't told yet." The old man smiled. "Then you'll write beautifully." In the weeks that followed, they spent every afternoon together. The boy read aloud his poems and half-finished tales. Some were about the sea, some about faith, and many about the town itself, its quiet streets, its forgiving air, and the old man who had taught it to breathe again. The old man listened, sometimes closing his eyes, as the words carried him like a small boat across gentle waves. "Your words," he said one day, "are not yours alone anymore. They belong to the hearts they reach. Never forget that." The boy nodded, though a shadow of sadness crossed his face. "Will you be all right when I leave?" "I've had many seasons," said the old man softly, "and each one has given me something to keep. You perhaps are this season's gift." The boy lowered his head. "I don't want to say goodbye." "Then don't," said the old man. "We'll just say, 'See you in the light.'" On the day of his departure, the whole town gathered to wish him well. Mrs. Langley baked enough bread to feed an army. Children brought wildflowers from the fields, and the baker's brothers presented a loaf shaped like a heart. When it was time to go, the boy turned to the old man. "Will you come to the station?" The old man shook his head gently. "Goodbyes belong to the young. I'll stay here and pray for the road ahead." So the boy knelt beside him, as he used to when he was smaller, and said, "Then I'll write to you every month." "I'll read every word," said the old man, "even the unwritten ones." The boy smiled through tears. "Thank you for everything." "Don't thank me," said the old man. "Thank the one who let our paths meet." They held each other's hands for a long time. Then the boy stood, shouldered his satchel, and walked down the narrow road toward the station. He did not look back until he reached the corner, and when he did, he saw the old man still sitting beneath the elm, hat in hand, blessing him with a smile. The train whistle echoed through the valley, a sound full of beginnings. As the boy boarded, he felt a strange peace settle over him. He looked out the window and whispered, "See you in the light." Days turned to weeks, and letters began to arrive at the old man's door, each filled with the sea's scent and the boy's growing wisdom. "The waves sound like your voice when you read from the Psalms," one letter said. "And sometimes I think the sea prays out loud." Another read, "I started leaving notes here too, small words on the pier for travellers. They vanish by morning, but maybe that's the point. Each letter was a gift, each one proof that peace had learned to travel farther than either of them imagined. The old man would read them by candlelight, smiling as the words danced across the page. Then he would whisper, "Thank you, Lord. He's carrying it well." One evening, as twilight painted the town in soft gold, the old man took his own notebook and wrote, "We are not meant to keep the light. We are meant to hand it over, like bread, like kindness, like hope." He placed his pen down and for a long time simply watched the candle flicker. Outside, children were laughing somewhere, their voices bright as bells. The town was alive with warmth, and he knew, truly knew, that everything had been worth it. He leaned back, hands folded, whispering to the still air, "Let his road be long, Lord, and full of light." The wind outside stirred the curtains, as if carrying that prayer out into the world. And in that small, quiet room, the old man smiled, not with pride, but with peace. He had learned what all teachers of grace eventually discover, that love never ends where you expect. It keeps walking, keeps growing, keeps shining through others. If tonight's story reminded you that kindness never truly leaves us, come again tomorrow. We'll keep following the light that one heart leaves for another. The light by the sea. The first thing he noticed was the sound. The sea did not whisper, it breathed. All day and all night it moved like a living prayer, endless and patient. The young man would sit by his window and listen, remembering the rhythm of the old man's voice, steady as the tide. The town by the sea was nothing like the one he had left. It was louder, full of fishermen and laughter, and streets that smelled of salt and wood smoke. Yet beneath all the bustle, he felt the same quiet presence, the same hush that lived in the old man's home, waiting to be noticed. He rented a small room above a bookshop owned by a widow named Miriam. She had kind eyes, the colour of worn glass, and hands that always smelled faintly of ink. "If you write," she said, "you can have the attic. It has the best light." And so he wrote. Every morning he would climb to the attic before dawn, open the small window and let the sea breeze in. He filled notebook after notebook, stories, prayers, and letters he never sent. Sometimes he wrote to the old man, sometimes he wrote to the silence. He still left notes as he had done back home, small pieces of paper tucked under stones along the pier. "You are not forgotten. The storm passes and the shore remains. Love is the tide that returns, no matter how far it goes." Sailors began to find them, first one, then several. Some tucked them into their pockets before heading out to sea. Others nailed them to their cabin walls for good luck. They called them the pier blessings, though no one knew where they came from. The young man never told them. He didn't need to. The words were not his alone anymore. They belonged to whoever needed them most. In the evenings, he helped Miriam close the shop. She liked to talk while stacking the books. "You have an old soul," she said one night. "Like someone who's met the world and forgave it." He smiled. "Someone once taught me how." Miriam looked at him curiously. "A teacher?" He nodded. "The best kind. One who taught without trying." She smiled, lighting a small lamp. "Those are the ones worth remembering." As weeks turned into months, he became part of the town's rhythm. He read stories aloud to children at the harbour on Sundays, their faces glowing in the afternoon light. He wrote letters for sailors who could not read, carried baskets for the elderly, and shared his bread with strangers. None of it felt extraordinary. It simply felt right, like breathing. Every so often he would receive a letter from the old man, short handwritten with slow care. They arrived folded neatly, the ink a little shaky, but the words sure. My dear boy, the garden is blooming again. The sparrows have built a nest under the eaves, and I think they remember you. I'm slower now, but peace walks beside me still. Keep writing. The world needs gentleness more than ever. He would read those words again and again, feeling the same warmth he used to feel by the old man's fire. The letters were fewer now, but each one was a light that burned softly in his heart. One evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a fisherman approached him at the pier. "Are you the one leaving those notes?" The young man hesitated, then nodded. The fisherman smiled, his weathered face glowing with gratitude. "I found one last winter. It said, 'You'll see morning again.' That night, our boat almost didn't make it through the storm, but your words kept me calm. I still keep that note inside my coat." The young man said nothing for a moment. He simply placed a hand on the fisherman's shoulder. "The words were never mine," he said quietly. "They just passed through me." The man nodded, eyes glistening. "Then whoever sent them, may God bless you both." That night, the young man walked the length of the pier under a silver moon. The waves shimmered like living glass, and the air was filled with the scent of salt and memory. He felt a presence beside him, the old man's maybe, or simply the echo of love that refuses to fade. He whispered into the wind, "I'm still carrying it, sir. I'm still keeping the light." A gull cried overhead, circling once before disappearing into the dark. The sea answered with a low, steady hum, not in words, but in assurance. He smiled, sitting down on the edge of the pier. From his coat he pulled a fresh piece of paper and began to write. His hand trembled a little in the breeze, but the words came easily. When love travels far, it becomes hope for someone you'll never meet. He folded it and tucked it under a smooth stone. Then he sat still for a long time, watching the stars appear one by one. In that moment he understood something the old man had once tried to tell him. That faith is not about holding on to what was, but letting it move through you so that others might find their way home. The waves lapped gently against the wooden posts, as if nodding in agreement. The world, even in its vastness, felt smaller, connected by unseen kindnesses. When he finally stood to leave, he looked back once at the note resting under the stone. It looked fragile there, a scrap of paper in a world of wind and water, and yet somehow unbreakable. He whispered, "Let it find whoever needs it." Then he turned toward home, the sound of the sea following him like a hymn. If tonight's story reminded you that love travels farther than we know, come again tomorrow. We'll keep walking beside the sea of grace together. The last season of light. The leaves turned golden once more, and the air carried that familiar scent of endings, wood smoke, rain, and the first whisper of frost. The old man felt it in his bones before the world showed any sign of change. His steps grew slower, his breath a little shorter, but his spirit, that spark within, seemed to grow brighter with each passing day. He had lived many years in this quiet town, long enough to see it transform from silence to laughter, from stillness to song. The people who once hurried past his door now paused to wave, to bring bread, or to leave little notes of their own beneath his window. The light he had once tended in solitude now shone in 100 windows, 100 hearts. He often sat by the window in the afternoons, wrapped in his thick shawl, watching the street. Children ran past, carrying baskets of apples. The church bell sang softly in the distance, and every so often he would whisper a blessing under his breath, small, simple prayers that rose into the autumn air like unseen birds. He still wrote in his notebook, though his handwriting had grown unsteady. The last pages were filled not with stories but with thanks. Thank you for every morning light that found me. Thank you for the boy who knocked on my door. Thank you for laughter, for silence, for second chances. Thank you for letting me grow old enough to see love multiply. He closed the book gently, his fingers resting on the cover as though it were something sacred. Sometimes at night he dreamed of the sea, the same sea the boy now lived beside. In his dreams the waves glowed with light instead of foam, and voices rose from the water like music. He always woke from those dreams smiling. One cold evening, Mrs. Langley stopped by with her grandson. The boy's letters had been arriving regularly, and she often came to read them aloud. They sat together by the fire, her voice steady and warm as she read. "The sea still speaks of you," the young man had written. "When the waves fall quiet, I think I can hear your laughter. I've begun teaching children to write. Their eyes light up the same way mine once did when you showed me how to listen to the world. I think you'd be proud." The old man closed his eyes, a tear sliding down his cheek. "I already am," he whispered. When they left, he sat alone for a long while, letting the firelight dance across the walls. The room was filled with peace, the kind that hums softly just before sleep. The next morning, he awoke early. The world was wrapped in mist, and the air was cold enough to make his breath visible. He felt tired, but it was the kind of tiredness that comes after a long day's work, satisfied, complete. He brewed one final pot of tea and carried it to his chair by the window. Outside, the street was still. He could hear the faint cry of geese flying south. He smiled. Even they know when it's time to go. He spent the morning writing letters, small notes addressed to those who had visited him over the years, to Mrs. Langley, to the baker, to the children who left flowers by his gate. Each message was simple, filled with gentle gratitude. To the boy, he wrote only one line. "The light is yours now. Let it shine quietly." He sealed each envelope carefully, then placed them on the table near the window where the mailman would find them. As the day waned, he felt the familiar ache in his chest, the slow rhythm of breath growing softer. But there was no fear, only warmth, only peace. He reached for his notebook one last time and wrote his final words. "Life is not long or short. It is enough. And every breath, every kindness, every tear belongs to God's own story." The light outside grew dim. The last rays of the sun spilled across the floor, turning everything gold. He watched the way it moved through the room, touching the books, the letters, the teacup, blessing them all before fading. He whispered, "Thank you for everything." And then quietly, as easily as a sigh, he closed his eyes. The candle beside him burned steadily into the night. The next morning, when the townspeople passed by, they noticed his window still lit. They knocked softly, but when he didn't answer, they entered. He was there in his chair, a faint smile on his face, the notebook open on his lap. The last candle still burned, a small, steady flame that seemed to refuse the dark. Words spread quickly, but no one wept loudly. Instead, they spoke softly of him, of his stories, his kindness, his laughter that still seemed to linger in the air. The town's church bells rang at sunset, their tones not mournful but full, like a song of gratitude. That evening, as the townspeople gathered in the square, Mrs. Langley read the old man's final letter aloud. When she finished, the crowd stood in silence. Then, slowly, one by one, they lit candles from a single flame, passing it from hand to hand until the whole square shimmered with light. From above, it must have looked like a small constellation born on earth. And somewhere far away, by the sea, the young man stood on the pier, holding one of the old man's letters close to his chest. The wind moved gently through his hair, and he whispered, "Thank you, my friend. I'll keep the light." If tonight's story reminded you of how love endures beyond time, come again tomorrow. We'll keep following the glow that never fades. The Letter and the Sea. The morning the letter arrived, the sea was unusually still. A faint mist clung to the harbour, and even the gulls seemed to circle quietly, as if the world itself were holding its breath. The young man found the envelope tucked beneath his door, plain, with his name written in the old man's familiar hand. He knew before opening it there was a weight in the air, gentle but undeniable, the kind of silence that always follows a farewell. He sat by the window, fingers trembling slightly as he unfolded the paper. The handwriting was slower now, softer, as though each word had been laid down with care. "My dear boy, if this letter finds you, then I've gone to the place where all stories meet. Do not be sad. Every ending is a doorway disguised as silence. I have lived long enough to see the fruit of kindness ripen, and I have seen you become what I prayed you would, a giver of light. Do not chase greatness, it is already in your gentleness. Do not hurry life, let it unfold like dawn, quietly, faithfully. And when you grow old, remember that peace is not found in stillness alone, but in mercy, in forgiveness, in love that outlives our days. Now go, my dear boy. Write what must be written. Speak what hearts have forgotten how to say. And when you miss me, listen to the wind. It carries all the prayers we ever spoke together. See you in the light. Yours always, in grace." The words blurred as tears filled his eyes. He pressed the letter to his chest and let the sob come, not loud but deep, from somewhere that language couldn't reach. It was grief, yes, but also gratitude, two threads of the same divine fabric. That evening he walked to the pier as the sun began to fall. The sea shimmered under a pale gold sky, and the wind carried the scent of salt and wood and faraway rain. He unfolded the letter once more and read it aloud to the waves. When he reached the end, he whispered, "See you in the light." The tide rose softly, brushing against his shoes, as if answering back. For several days he spoke little to anyone. He walked along the beach collecting driftwood and shells, writing the old man's words in the sand, until the sea carried them away. Each night he lit a candle by his window, watching its small flame dance against the dark, the same way the old man had once done. It was Miriam who finally said, "You should read again, you know. The children have been asking." He hesitated, then nodded. So on Sunday afternoon he returned to the harbour where the children waited, their faces bright beneath the sun. He carried no books this time, only the old man's letter. He read it slowly, his voice steady but thick with feeling. And when he finished, no one spoke for a moment. Then a small girl asked, "Was he your father?" He smiled. He was something like that, the kind of father God sends to people who need reminding that love still exists. The girl nodded solemnly. "He sounds like someone who liked the sea." "He did," said the young man, "and I think he's part of it now." From that day on, something changed. The young man began to write again, not for himself, but for others. He turned the attic into a small place of warmth, a room where anyone could come to read, to write, or to sit quietly by the window. He hung a sign by the door that read, "The House of Small Lights." Fishermen came to leave notes before they sailed. Widows came to write letters to those they missed. Children came to draw suns and stars and hearts. The room filled with soft voices, candlelight and laughter that felt like prayer. Sometimes when the sea grew rough and storms rolled in, he would sit with the children by the window and tell them stories about courage that whispers instead of shouts, and about a man who once believed that kindness could outlast time. "The old man sounds like a saint," one boy said one night. The young man smiled. He was just human, and that's what made him holy. As the years passed, his hair began to turn silver at the edges, and lines appeared near his eyes, not from worry, but from smiling. The house of small lights became a refuge for the weary, a quiet chapel without walls. People came from distant towns not for sermons, but for stillness, and left carrying something unseen but real. One evening, as he locked the door after everyone had gone, he noticed a single candle still burning near the window. He almost reached to blow it out, but then he remembered. He sat beside it, folded his hands and whispered into the soft glow, "Thank you. I kept it burning, just like you said." Outside, the wind rose, carrying the faint scent of the sea into the room. He thought of the old man's laughter, the warmth of that old house, and the sound of the elm leaves rustling above the window. Then he realized something. The light wasn't just his anymore. It belonged to everyone who had walked through that little door, everyone who had found peace there. He looked out toward the sea, the horizon glowing faintly in the dark. Somewhere beyond it, he imagined the old man smiling, not as a memory, but as presence, as continuation. The waves moved gently, like breathing, and in their rhythm, he heard it. The same unbroken truth. Love does not end. It changes form. If tonight's story touched your heart, come again tomorrow. We'll keep walking where love becomes light. The circle returns. Years slipped by like quiet waves. The house of small lights had become part of the town itself. Not grand, not famous, just a place people whispered about with warmth in their voices. Travellers left coins and notes of gratitude at the door. Fishermen brought shells from distant waters. Children who once listened to stories there had grown into parents, bringing their own sons and daughters to hear the same soft voice that had once comforted them. The young man, though no longer young, still kept the same habits. He rose before dawn, opened the shutters, and let the morning light spill across the wooden floorboards. He brewed tea, wiped the tables, and whispered a small prayer before the first visitor arrived. His hair had turned almost silver, but his eyes carried that same steady calm the old man once had. The look of someone who no longer needed to chase peace because it lived inside him. One chilly autumn morning, as he was sweeping the steps, a small figure appeared by the door. A boy of perhaps 8 or 9, barefoot, with a torn satchel slung over his shoulder. His clothes were dusty, and his eyes, though tired, held a quiet fire, the kind that comes from longing rather than anger. "Are you the one who tells stories?" the boy asked. The man smiled. "Sometimes. Depends on who's listening." The boy hesitated, glancing at the rows of candles flickering inside. "Can I listen?" "Of course," said the man, stepping aside. "Come in. The light's for everyone." The boy entered cautiously, his small hands hovering near the shelves as though afraid to touch anything. The man poured him a cup of warm milk and handed it over. "Cold morning, isn't it?" The boy nodded, eyes wide. "I came from the next village. My mother says you help people who are lost. "I try," said the man, "but most of the time people find themselves once they sit a while." The boy drank slowly, warming his hands on the cup. "Do you tell stories about brave people?" "Sometimes," said the man. "But I like stories about kind people better." The boy looked down. "Kind people don't last long where I come from." The man's smile softened. "They last in ways we don't always see." He took a small notebook from the shelf, the same kind the old man once used, and opened it to a clean page. "Would you like to write something?" The boy frowned. "I don't know how." "Then you'll learn," the man said. "Every word you write becomes a small light, even the clumsy ones." So began a gentle rhythm between them. The boy came every morning, helping sweep the floors or stack the candles. In exchange, the man taught him letters, sentences, and the quiet art of listening. They wrote short verses together, stories about the sea, about courage, about faith that doesn't shout. Sometimes, when the boy grew frustrated, the man would take him to the window. "Look," he'd say, pointing toward the horizon. "See how the waves keep coming, even when no one's watching? That's how we grow, not all at once, but little by little." The boy would nod, though his eyes often glistened. "I think I understand." Over the weeks, the boy's handwriting improved. His stories grew clearer, softer, truer. He started leaving notes under the candles for strangers to find, each one carrying a piece of his newfound hope. One read, "It's okay to start again." Another said, "Someone still believes in you." The man watched this quietly, never correcting, never controlling, just smiling the way the old man once smiled at him. Winter came early that year. Snow fell thick along the coast, blanketing the pier in white. The house of small lights glowed brighter than ever, its windows golden against the grey. People came seeking warmth, stories, and that wordless comfort that only shared silence can give. One evening, as the two of them prepared to close, the boy asked, "Why do you keep all these candles burning even when no one's here?" The man paused, then said softly, "Because someone once kept one burning for me, and now it's my turn." The boy looked around at the soft light flickering across the walls. "When I grow up," he said, "I want to keep one too." The man placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You already are." That night, after the boy had gone home, the man sat by the window alone. Outside, snowflakes drifted slowly through the dark, glowing faintly in the lamplight. He opened the drawer and took out the old man's final letter, the edges now soft from years of being held. He read it once more, tracing the familiar words with his finger. "The light is yours now. Let it shine quietly." Then he looked around the room, at the candles, the books, the soft warmth that filled every corner, and realized that he had never truly been alone. The old man was in every flame, in every page turned, in every child who learned to hope again. He closed the letter gently and whispered, "It worked. You were right." A gust of wind brushed against the window, making the candlelight tremble. The sound felt like a quiet laugh carried from somewhere unseen. The man smiled and leaned back in his chair, listening to the wind and the sea beyond it. The circle had returned. Not perfectly, not completely, but beautifully enough. Tomorrow he knew the boy would come again, full of questions and laughter. And someday, years from now, that same boy might open his own small house of light somewhere else, by some other shore. And when that day came, the man hoped the world would still need quiet voices, those who keep faith alive not by words alone, but by gentleness, by mercy, by light that never asks for applause. He whispered into the stillness, "Lord, let it continue." Outside, the snow fell in silence, each flake like a blessing, each one carrying a spark of light from heaven to earth. If tonight's story reminded you that kindness always finds its way back, come again tomorrow. We'll keep watching the circle of light unfold, the summit without noise. By late winter, the sea learned a different hush, not the hush of snow or sleep, but the hush of listening. The wind moved lower, the gulls called softer, and the lamps along the harbour seemed to steady themselves as if keeping vigil. The house of small lights breathed in that hush each evening. Candles flickered like patient stars while footsteps came and went, cloth on wood, whisper on prayer. The boy, no longer quite a boy, arrived before sunrise most days, hair tousled, hands inked, a grin tucked into his cheek like a secret. He swept, stacked, and then wrote, tongue peeking out at the corner of his mouth in the way concentration sometimes does. When visitors came, he set aside his notebook without being asked. He had learned the old rhythm, welcome first, words later. One afternoon, a storm rolled off the horizon without menace, dark and low, the kind of weather that makes roofs hum and kettles sing louder. People gathered inside to wait it out, a fisherman with rope-burned palms, a seamstress carrying a torn sleeve and a story, a widower who pretended to read but mostly watched the door as if it knew his past. The room filled with warm breath and damp coats and the smell of tea leaves waking. "Read for us," someone asked. The man by the sea, white now at the temples, voice mellowed to steady amber, shook his head gently. "Not today. Not from books." He glanced toward the young one. "Today, you read." A hush moved across the room as the boy stood. Papers trembled in his hands, not from fear, but from how large a moment can feel inside a small house. He began with a story about a boat that never learned to be brave loudly, only correctly, about a captain who prayed with his eyes open, about the tide that keeps its promises even when no one believes it can. The listeners leaned forward as if warmth itself had a sound. When the boy finished, silence did not fall. It rose, like a tide that knows exactly where the shore is. The fisherman rubbed his eyes as though something salty had found them indoors. The widower closed his book and opened his chest a fraction wider. A child smiled upward, the kind of smile that tells you a fear just let go. "Good," the man said softly. "Now the prayer." The boy looked puzzled. "I didn't write a prayer." "You did," the man answered, tapping the paper. "Every true word bows." Lightning stitched the distant sky. Rain tapped the windows, then softened, then settled like a blessing over the town. In the quiet after, the room felt full of some invisible arrival. The boy folded his pages and stared into the candle nearest him. Wax, sloped, light held. "Do you feel it?" the man asked. "Feel what?" "The agreement," he said. "When what is spoken and what is needed meet each other halfway." The boy nodded, slow and certain. "Yes. It's like the sea catching the river." "That's legacy," the man whispered. "Not memory alone, but meeting." A few days later, the boy brought a small wooden box he had carved in secret. It wasn't polished, not quite square, humble in the way faithful things are. He set it on the table near the main window where candlelight liked to gather at dusk. "What's this?" the man asked. "A place for words that outlive their paper," the boy said. "For names, for small promises, for prayers that can't find sentences yet." They called it the Lenten box, though it lingered past Lent. People began to slip things into it, folded lines, a ribbon from a child's hair, the corner of a map from a sailor who promised to come back, a button from a soldier's coat. Each item meant something to someone. but together they meant something to the room. We are held. The box grew heavy with gentle weights. The man sometimes rested his palm atop the lid, as if checking the pulse of the town. On a Sunday coloured in pale gold, the boy suggested they take the box to the chapel by the harbour. Not for ceremony, he said, for walking. So they did. They carried it between them at arm's length like a shared lantern, stepping in time with each other's breath. The chapel door yawned with a kind welcome. Inside, light through salt-specked glass scattered colour across the pews, the same cathedral of ordinary beauty the old man before them had loved. They set the box near the rail and did not open it. They did not need to. Sometimes presence itself is prayer. For a while they said nothing. The man listened to the wood creak in the old building, the faithful sound of material remembering how it was shaped. He noticed the boy standing, very still, head bowed, fingers relaxed. He noticed, too, that his own heart had stopped reaching forward or back. It simply rested in the exact middle of now. "Do you know," the man said at last, "I used to think legacy was something I wrote down hard enough to keep. A book, a rule, an object. But it's not. It's the knowing that keeps moving when no one points to it anymore. It's what a room remembers after the words leave." The boy looked up, eyes bright. The way water is bright when it finally understands its reflection. "Then we're inside it now." "We are," the man said. "We have been for a long time." He recalled the old man's final letter, the elm trees of the first town, the sparrow that trusted bread, the phrases that turned strangers toward one another. "The morning always returns. Hope is free. Take what you need." He remembered a candle that did not quit its post. He felt all at once the startling simplicity of the truth he had been circling for years. Love continues because it chooses to, and faith is how we keep choosing. He laughed, a quiet thing, more breath than sound. The boy glanced over, smiling as if he had heard the thought. "What is it?" "Just realizing," the man said, "that we did not come here to learn something new. We came to recognize what was alive in us already." They walked back slowly, carrying the box through streets rinsed by last night's rain. The air smelled of rope and yeast and sun-warmed stone. At the door, a cluster of neighbours waited, nothing formal, just faces softened by belonging. A little girl reached up, touched the wood and whispered, "I put in a drawing of my mother's hands." No one asked why. Everyone understood. That evening, when the lamps were lit and the sea resumed its ancient breathing, the man invited the boy to sit beside him at the window. They watched the harbour in shared silence until the horizon swallowed the last ribbon of light. "Tell me," the man said, "what you think we are." The boy considered. "Keepers," he said finally. "Not of answers, of doors." The man felt the truth land and live. "Yes," he breathed, "of doors." They sat with that a long time, two outlines in the glow, neither in front of the other, both facing the same direction. Outside, a bell struck the hour and surrendered to quiet. Inside, the house remembered every candle that had ever burned there, and somehow burned brighter. Later, after the boy had gone, and the door had muffled the night, the man wrote only one sentence in his notebook. "When love outlives words, it chooses footsteps." He closed the cover gently, set the book beside the lenten box, and rested his hand upon both, pages and keepsakes, speech and silence. The summit had come without trumpet or thunder. It had arrived like a coat placed on shoulders like steam, leaving a cup like the sea at slack tide, still, whole, assured. He did not feel large or small. He felt replaced. He blew out the last candle, then paused, struck a match, and lit it again. "Some doors," he whispered to the flame, "are meant to stay open." The flame agreed in its small, unwavering way. Far off, waves laid their long blessing across the shore, and between the sound of water and the light of wax, a quiet promise kept on walking. What began as one heart's prayer had become a road for many feet. If tonight's chapter rested your spirit, come again tomorrow. Together we'll follow the path love keeps opening, and the ember that remains. By the time spring returned, the man's steps had grown slower. He didn't mind. Every creak of the floorboards, every turn of the door handle had begun to sound like a hymn of gratitude. Life, he thought, is not a race to the end, but a long conversation with grace. The house of small lights had taken on its own rhythm. The boy, now nearly a young man, handled most of the daily tasks: the candles, the letters, the tea for visitors who came to unburden their hearts. The older man mostly sat by the window, notebook resting on his lap, listening. Sometimes he wrote a word or two. Sometimes he only watched the wind trace shapes across the sea. There was a kindness in slowing down, a holiness in letting others carry what you once held. The boy had grown taller, though his voice still held a gentleness that reminded the man of his own youth. He read more than he spoke, wrote more than he explained, and smiled with that shy certainty of someone who had begun to hear his own calling. One afternoon, as sunlight streamed through the window, the boy brought him a letter. "It came from a town I've never heard of," he said. The man unfolded it slowly, careful not to tear the paper. The handwriting was uneven but full of warmth. "Dear keeper of the light, I found one of your notes years ago, tucked inside a book I borrowed from a traveler. It said only, 'You are seen.' At the time, I did not believe anyone could see me, but that one sentence followed me through the hardest seasons of my life. Now I am writing to tell you that I'm safe, that I have found peace. Thank you for whoever you are, for keeping the flame burning." The man's hands trembled slightly. He passed the letter to the boy. "Do you see?" he whispered. "The words travel farther than we do." The boy nodded, eyes wide. "How many do you think have found them?" "As many as needed to," the man said, smiling. That evening, they added the letter to the lantern box. The wood creaked as it closed, sounding almost like contentment. The man's health began to fade quietly after that. Some days he was tired before noon. Other days he surprised everyone with a burst of energy, rearranging the candles or humming old psalms as he swept the floor. The boy stayed close, never fussing, just being there, pouring tea, keeping the rhythm steady, letting the house breathe in peace. One night, the boy found him asleep in his chair, the notebook open beside him. On the page were only 5 words. It all became one prayer. The boy smiled, closed the book gently, and covered the man with a shawl. As the weeks passed, visitors continued to come, fishermen, widows, children, strangers passing through. Some came to speak, others just to sit. The boy greeted them all, his voice calm and steady, like the old man's once was. One morning, a woman entered carrying a newborn wrapped in a white blanket. "He was born last night," she said softly. "I wanted his first sunlight to be from this place." The man looked at the small face in wonder. The child's tiny hand reached out, brushing against his own, and he felt something stir deep within him. A memory, a continuation, a promise. He blessed the child with a whisper, "May your life be gentle and long, and your heart be full of light." When they left, he leaned back, tears shining in his tired eyes. "That's how it begins again," he murmured. Later that week, the boy came to him with a question. You've taught me how to keep the light, but what happens when you're gone? The man chuckled softly. Gone? No, my boy. I'll just be part of the light you keep. He pointed toward the window, where dusk had painted the horizon in shades of rose and gold. Do you see the sunset? It looks like it's leaving, but it's only crossing into someone else's morning. The boy was silent for a long time. Then he whispered, I'll keep it burning. I know, said the man. You already do. That night the sea was calm. The stars seemed closer than usual, their reflections trembling on the water like a field of tiny lamps. The boy sat at the man's side, reading quietly from the Psalms. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. The man smiled faintly, his eyes half closed. Forevermore, he repeated, as if tasting the word. Such a kind promise. He reached for the boy's hand and held it, their fingers intertwining like the binding of an old book. When you tell the stories, he whispered, don't rush them. Let the silence speak too. I will, said the boy. The man nodded, satisfied. Then the work is done. He drifted into sleep, breathing slow and even. The boy sat with him until dawn, watching the candle beside them flicker low. When morning came, sunlight crept gently across the floor, touching the man's face with gold. He opened his eyes for a moment, smiled faintly, and whispered, Thank you, Lord. Then he rested again as peacefully as a tide returning to the sea. The boy didn't cry at first. He simply sat there, letting the stillness wash through him. Outside, the waves kept their rhythm, steady and kind, as if nothing sacred had been broken, only continued. He rose, lit another candle, and placed it beside the notebook. You'll still have stories, he said softly. I'll keep them safe. Later that day, he opened the windows wide. Sunlight poured into the house of small lights, and for a moment, it seemed as if the air itself glowed. People gathered quietly outside, not to mourn, but to honor, the way you honor a tree by standing in its shade. That night, the boy wrote a single note and placed it under the same stone at the pier where the old man had once left his messages. The flame remains, always. Then he stood watching the horizon, the wind lifting his hair, the sea murmuring below. He didn't need to look back. The light was already with him. If tonight's story reminded you that love never truly leaves, come again tomorrow. We'll keep walking together through the quiet glow of faith. Keeper of the quiet light years passed, and the boy became what the sea had always whispered he would be. A man of stillness, a bearer of gentleness. His shoulders broadened, his hands roughened with work, yet his heart remained soft. He still lived by the coast, in the same house of small lights, though it had changed in quiet ways. More shelves, more candles, and a small wooden cross carved into the doorframe. Time had not dulled the place. It had deepened it. Every corner carried echoes of laughter and prayer. The old man's chair remained by the window, never moved, always dusted, always waiting. Sometimes in the hush before dawn, the new keeper would sit there and feel a warmth that was not his own. He spoke little about the past. He didn't need to. The house itself remembered. The candles were its memory, the wind its hymn, and the letters stacked neatly in drawers were its pulse. People still came. Travellers, fishermen, mothers carrying children half asleep, wanderers who had lost too much of themselves. He welcomed them all the same way. With silence first, then tea, then words only when necessary. One evening, as the tide rolled low, a young woman arrived at the door, trembling from the cold. She looked scarcely older than he had been when he first found his way to the old man's porch. "I don't know why I came," she said, clutching her coat. He smiled gently. "Sometimes we don't have to know. Come in. There's warmth here." She sat by the fire, eyes unfocused. After a while, she whispered, "Someone told me you help people find peace." He thought for a moment before answering. "Peace isn't something I can hand to you. It's already here, waiting for you to notice it." Tears welled in her eyes. "Then why does it feel so far away?" "Because," he said softly, "grief is loud and peace is quiet. You have to wait for the noise to fade." She stayed for several hours, saying little. Before she left, he handed her a small folded paper, a tradition now, though no one remembered when it began. On it were 6 simple words: "You are loved. Rest in light." When she was gone, he sat for a long while, staring into the fire. The words had once been given to him by the old man. Now they had found their way forward again, just as they were meant to. That night, he stepped outside. The air smelled of salt and stars. A thin mist curled along the pier, glowing under the moonlight. He could hear the waves striking the rocks in a rhythm that matched his breath. The sea had been his companion for so long that he no longer heard it as sound, only as presence. He whispered into the wind, "I've kept it burning." No reply came, yet the quiet deepened, wrapping around him like an embrace. That was answer enough. Seasons turned gently. The man grew older. His beard carried threads of silver. His gait slowed, but the house never dimmed. The boy he once was still lived in his eyes, and when the children of the town came running to hear his stories, they swore his voice sounded like the sea itself, calm, wide, endless. He told them stories not of heroes but of ordinary mercy. He told them of a traveller who gave away his last loaf of bread, of a mother who forgave a long silence, of a candle that stayed lit through a storm because someone refused to let the wind define the ending. When the children asked, "Are they true?" he always smiled. "Truer than they seem." He began teaching them how to write small blessings on scraps of paper, just as he had once done. Each note was tucked into the old wooden box that still stood by the window, the same Lenten box now polished smooth by years of touch. One day, as they added a new bundle of folded notes, a small boy asked, "Who started this?" He paused, then answered quietly, "A man who believed that love was stronger than forgetting." "Where is he now?" the boy asked. The man smiled. "Everywhere light touches." On the anniversary of the old man's passing, he walked alone to the chapel by the harbour. The same wooden pews waited in the same golden light. The sea's voice filled the distance beyond the walls. He sat in the last row, hat in hand, and prayed. Not for miracles, not for change, but for the courage to keep tending what had been given. After a long silence, he said aloud, "Thank you for letting me see what kindness can become." When he stood to leave, he noticed something carved into the back of the pew in front of him. He leaned closer. The words were faint but clear. "See you in the light." He let out a breath that was almost laughter, almost prayer. "Ah," he whispered, "still here are you?" Outside, he walked to the pier, the same path he'd taken 1,000 times before. The waves glittered beneath a late sun. Children's laughter echoed in the distance. He felt the weight of years behind him, but none of it heavy, only full. He knelt by the familiar stone where he'd left his first note decades ago. The stone was smoother now, its edges rounded by time and tide. He slipped a new note beneath it, written with the same steady hand that had once trembled with youth. "The flame is safe." For a long moment, he stayed there, eyes closed, feeling the wind move through his hair. He could almost hear the old man's voice beside him, calm and sure. Good. That's all it ever needed to be. He smiled. I know. Then he rose, brushed the sand from his knees, and walked home. The sun was sinking, painting the sea with molten gold. He did not hurry. He never did anymore. The world was wide and gentle, and he belonged to it entirely. When he reached the door of the House of Small Lights, he lit the evening candles one by one. Their flames wavered, then steadied as if greeting him. He whispered, "We're still here." And for the first time that day, he felt the quiet miracle of it, that through loss and years and all the turning of seasons, love had not only endured, but multiplied. That night, as the town fell asleep under a wash of starlight, the man sat by the window, notebook in hand. He wrote slowly, as if each word were a prayer stitched into the air. The light does not belong to me. It never did. It belongs to the one who made all light and to every heart that chooses to see. He closed the book, set down his pen and looked toward the horizon. Somewhere out there, beyond the waves and the years, he imagined the old man waiting, not as a ghost but as the calm within the wind. He whispered, "Soon enough, my friend, but not yet. There's still light to tend." The candle beside him flickered, then burned stronger, its small flame reflecting in his eyes. And in that moment, in the quiet rhythm of breath and sea and prayer, he knew that nothing sacred is ever truly lost. If tonight's story brought peace to your heart, come again tomorrow. We'll finish the journey together where endings turn softly into beginnings. The light that never ends. The years moved gently, like the tide on a quiet shore, returning, retreating, never rushing. The man had grown old now, though his heart still carried the rhythm of the sea and the peace of countless evenings spent beside candlelight. His hair, white as the salt breeze, framed a face softened by years of kindness. The House of Small Lights stood unchanged, wooden, simple, warm, its windows glowing against the dusk like the eyes of something alive. He rose every morning before dawn, as he always had. He still opened the shutters, brewed tea and whispered his little prayer. Thank you for another day to love. Some days his hands trembled too much to write, but his heart was full enough to pray without words. He often found himself watching the younger ones, the children and travellers who came each day, and smiling quietly. They didn't notice how their laughter sounded like music, or how their helping hands fulfilled the promise of every generation before them. But he noticed. He had learned long ago that joy never announces itself loudly. It lives in small gestures, in the passing of a cup, in the warmth of shared silence, in the single flame that refuses to go out. One morning, the town awoke to the sound of bells, not urgent but steady like a heartbeat. The man sat by his window, the first light of dawn resting across his lap. On the table beside him lay the old notebook, its pages nearly full. The candle flickered softly. He knew, without fear, that his time was drawing near, but he felt no sorrow, only gratitude, the deep, clear kind that feels like peace. He whispered, "So this is how it ends, not with darkness, but with returning." A gentle knock came at the door. It was the young woman who had come years ago seeking peace, now older, with a little boy of her own. She smiled shyly, holding the child's hand. "He wanted to see the place where the lights live," she said. The man chuckled softly. "Then he's come to the right place." The child stared at the candles, eyes wide. "Do you light them all by yourself?" The man smiled. "Oh no, my my boy, they light themselves now. All I do is watch." The child frowned, puzzled. "How can candles light themselves?" "Because someone always remembers," the man said, "and remembering is another kind of flame." The mother knelt beside her son, whispering, "He means kindness, love. Those things stay burning." The man nodded. "Exactly. When you love someone, even after you can't see them anymore, the love keeps walking in your place." The little boy looked up at him. "Like the light?" "Like the light," he said. That evening, the man asked the woman to stay a while. They shared tea by the window as twilight wrapped itself around the house. The sea beyond was calm, reflecting the stars like a mirror of heaven. "There's something I'd like to give you," he said. He rose slowly and crossed the room to the wooden table by the door. Upon it sat the lantern box, worn smooth by decades of hands. He placed it gently in her lap. Her eyes widened. "Oh, I can't." "You can," he said softly, "and you must. The world will always need places of light. You'll know what to do." Tears glimmered in her eyes. "I don't know if I'm wise enough." He smiled. "Wisdom isn't knowing. It's listening." The little boy, watching quietly, asked, "Will you come visit our home?" The man reached out, brushing a lock of hair from the child's forehead. "One day when the light finds its way there." They stayed until the stars grew bright, and when they finally left, the boy turned at the door and waved. "Good night, keeper," he called. The man raised his hand in blessing. "Good night, little light." Later, as the house grew quiet and the town settled into sleep, the man sat in the old chair once more. He opened his notebook to the final page and began to write. Slowly, each word glowing in the candlelight like something sacred. All light belongs to God, but He lets us borrow it. Through our love, our mercy, our forgiveness. Each kindness is a spark returning home, and every ending is only the pause between breaths. He set the pen down, leaned back and closed his eyes. The candle burned low beside him. Outside, the waves sighed softly against the shore. He whispered, "See you in the light." And with that, he rested, his breath merging with the quiet rhythm of the sea, his presence blending with everything he had ever loved. The next morning, the sun rose gently over the town. The woman returned, carrying her son. She found the house bathed in soft light, brighter than ever before, though no candles had been lit. The man sat peacefully by the window, his notebook open, his hand resting upon the page. The boy looked up, sensing something sacred. "He's gone, isn't he?" The woman nodded slowly, tears slipping down her face, not of sorrow, but of awe. "Yes, my dear, but look." The house of small lights glowed from within, every candle, every corner filled with golden light. Outside, the sea shimmered like glass, and a warm wind swept through the doorway. She whispered, "He kept his promise." That night, as dusk returned, the woman placed the lantern box on her own table in her home by the sea. The boy helped her light a single candle beside it. "What now?" he asked. She smiled. "Now we keep it burning." The boy leaned close to the flame, his eyes reflecting its glow. "Will it last?" She drew him into her arms. "Yes," she said softly, "because love always finds someone new to carry it." And so, the story never truly ended. The house remained, its doors open, its windows bright. Travelers still came, carrying their burdens and leaving with lighter hearts. Children still wrote small notes of hope. The waves still whispered blessings against the pier. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the old man's light kept traveling, unseen, but alive in every gentle act, every forgiving word, every quiet prayer whispered before sleep, and when the sea wind moved through the town at dusk, it carried a sound that people swore they recognized, a soft laugh, an echo of peace, a promise made long ago. The flame remains, always. If this story brought peace to your heart, may you carry its light into tomorrow and let it shine quietly for someone who needs it most.